to you so far. But please take it away. Is there anything I left out?
Thank you, Eric, so much. Name's Mark, and I have been a consumer advocate for the last 27 years, and been a consumer advocate paralegal in the area of like asset protection, estate planning, trust setup, generational wealth, debt collection to secured party based on the birth certificate information that we were told by individuals within the government, properly worded, but also filing financing statements based on property investment. Like if you have a vested interest in property, you could put your own lien on your own property. Consulting, credit build, consulting, so it's a wide range of areas. And I guess we wanted to go over, if I'm understanding, like in specifically trust, like a holding trust, how it pertains to the DeFi. Is my understanding that you guys wanted to know about, or how I guess it could be implemented, I suppose.
Well, I guess we're just going to
Chris,
kind of basically,
great point.
yeah, we basically just want to go over the basics of how like a trust operates. You know what I'm saying? People think these things are so difficult, and like you got to be some genius or a lawyer to understand. While you do need to be careful and do due diligence and know what there you're talking about, it can get confusing. It's not impossible. You know what I mean? It's actually quite easy. I mean, I figured it out from my basement. It's not that hard. So we'll go over the basics, and then we just like happen to have a knack for the DeFi and Web3 already, so we've already been implementing a lot of this into that as well. So we'll just kind of back you up on how that can go into DeFi and pertain to it. And then if you notice anything, maybe from what we're saying about how DeFi and Web3 operates, that you notice from your years, because I'm going to tell you, that's what gave me the leg up in DeFi, was knowing about how the bonds and the stocks are issued and the banking system and all that. The DeFi just gave me like a first, like an in-person live. Instead of having to wait 3 days for it to clear through a brokerage account to find out how things happen, I can see it instantly when the transfer of the asset goes. You know what I'm saying? So it just kind of sped up things. So there's a lot when you start getting deeper into DeFi that you're going to notice, knowing what you know about bonds and secured party and all that process. You're just going to get things that other people just don't see because they're only there for an investment. They're only there for some money.
Mm-hmm.
So,
well, first, when it comes to the trust or setting up, thinking on you want to set up a trust, it's really not rocket science. But one thing that I will say is that when setting up a trust, estate planning, generational wealth, trust preparation falls under administrative law. You don't necessarily need to go to a licensed attorney or a licensed accountant, though they dabble within the trust outside of their normal licensed practice. Okay. But also going to someone who knows about trusts and helps out, because a lot of people claim they know something about, say, trust setup, and I've seen a lot in my time, and I have to literally question it. How did you come up with this type of setup?
Exactly.
I call it like a God or Superman like all-in-one, super duper, like it can protect you, and it has every Tom, Dick, and Harry and Sam and Sally thing in there, as if it's like ready for battle, and it's a protection, and it's just ready for battle. And I question the like, for example, what's sweeping a lot of the what I call the patriot movement, or the proponents antagonists out there is trusts dealing with, say, for example, the secure party process based on the birth certificate, then merged or commingled with the ecclesiastical. Or
that's true. Very true.
Statements like equity. You're putting so much stuff.
Yeah. They're taking so many different versions of law, and they're just mixing them all into one, and you got this like chimera of bullshit, and none of it worked because it's all over the place.
Well, and
go ahead. I think Ryan's got a question actually.
Oh yes.
Or Nathan, my bad.
Nathan, you have a question?
Yeah. So, would an example of this be? Let's say somebody has a digital company and they have a digital residency in Dubai and they're operating out of a Wyoming anonymous trust. And then they would want to, because they're operating in the United States, still be able to tax deduct things like
anything. Absolutely.
Let's say if I'm a digital AI company and I want to write off GPUs, could I do that? Is that the kind of super duper stuff that you're talking about?
Yes, exactly.
No, not necessarily.
I think you're talking about the protection.
Because then you're escaping the capital gains, and then you're wanting to write off because you're operating in the United States.
Yeah, those type of things are definitely possible through C corps and shell companies and all that. Like that's the thing about trust. Once you understand it, but see, nobody's getting far enough to understand the concepts of a trust to even get far enough to start.
I'm still in the planning phase. That's kind of what I'm looking at.
But but that's the kind of stuff that'll get them trapped in it. They'll I can just do this and then I don't have to pay taxes.
Yeah, I don't want to be in any trouble. I'd rather pay the tax.
Exactly. Well, you got to work with the IRS.
So one of the solutions, one of the ways that people can get free from this trap is using a decentralized autonomous
a DAO, exactly.
Because not even just as of recently, but people are still learning what the LLC process is. So if you go to Wyoming and you're looking for a tax, flexible, set up a decentralized autonomous organization, can run smart contracts, can handle digital assets, you know what I'm saying, and do the traditional things and still get those assets protected or managed, by the administrative process of having a trust in place. So just how, let's say let's think of it from a venture capitalist standpoint, right? You're about to launch a funding round, you know what I'm saying? You have your memorandum of understanding, what it is that you do, how the operations work, you know what I'm saying, what the money will be.
Administrative process is always how it works. Exactly. Once you got to understand that, no matter what you're dealing with. And the DAO does handle that. You're right. Smart contracts, set it in place, and then you don't need a like really in the next 10 years, a lot of attorneys are going to be looking for work. If we're being real, because the developers are going to replace them. All you're going to have is developers learning the law, and then once they learn it, they just code it, and then the smart contracts handle the rest. No need for an attorney. So, you can go straight right here. Right now, I'm looking at the Uniform Commercial Code on my computer. Every single article of the Uniform Commercial Code governing all commerce. And it's right here, and I'm looking at it, reading it myself as we're doing a podcast. You can't. What need do you have for an attorney in 10 years?
So, if that's not what Mark was talking about, I'm interested in what it was.
I think he's more talking about these bulletproof trusts, to where you just make this trust and you put your stuff in it, and nobody can touch you again. You're just inventing.
That's not true?
No, you got to pass the court test. There's a bunch of ways they can get through the veil, man. You got to know your shit, man. I guess it'd start by knowing the basics of a trust.
Has tried to protect themselves with like a super duper trust in the last.
First of all,
out of the 27, let's say the last 7.
Mark has something to say.
Yeah. So first of all, let's distinguish. If I can explain this, okay. A lot of people. See, I went to school. I had a mentor that I mentored under for like 6-7 years. And I built up a huge library of like law books. I went to school. Now, with that being said, I studied various state, because I'm from Illinois, and I learned a lot about the Illinois compiled statutes, the Constitution of the United States, various maxims of law. Okay, but most people who dabble within this, what happens is you have a lot of these Facebook sites, a lot of these websites where there is and this is the way I call it. People will go to these Facebook sites and it's like a bar room scene. People go there and they get information, but they get drunk on information, but there is no vehicle. And then people start dabbling within this drunken information, but they don't study the law the way an accountant or an attorney. I've done both. And personally, I don't sell my soul to the license, but I am bounded by, when I help out clients, by privacy. But I tell people, explain to people when I set things up that you should follow this or this or that. Okay, and nothing against the law. So what I mean by, when I started out with people getting into these trusts, they make it seem if it's impenetrable, and it's a godlike complex thing. So that's one thing I want to distinguish. And I think it was Nathan who came up with a question about, if you're in Dubai and you want to do business here in Wyoming, I think you said, obviously when you set up an entity, the name of the game, see, I am someone who, because you've heard of people say, well, I want to just get out of the system. That is a complete 100% fallacy. If you want to get out of the system, then you take what Obi-Wan Kenobi in Star Wars did, and you just go off on your own, and then you just wait until Luke Skywalker grows up, and then you go to Alderaan, but you die in the process by your earlier, Darth Vader. I'm being funny here, but the system is what we have to work under, and you cannot escape it. But it's how you can use the law, Title 26, Title 31, Title 12, banking, contract law. There's a lot of maxims of law once you know the vehicle, and I've been in this as long as I have. When you have a business and you're talking about taxes, the IRS is your best friend. And the name of the game for any situation that you set up under a business, trusts are a very potent thing to have in the background. And I can help people basically at the end, if they're making hundreds and thousands of dollars or millions, heaven forbid, that's great. Set up holding trusts and various things in the background, as long as the IRS gets paid tax-wise 15-20%, not 30, not 35, not 55, not 60, you're doing good.
Yeah. And they'll also act as your own personal collection agency.
They can, sure they can, sure. And
they are your best friend.
And that applies to estate planning. So if you have a mother and father that want to pass their generational wealth down to their kids or community, whatever the situation is, but let's just say, to their kids, they have a couple houses and everything. I can help actually, like I was talking to Eric a few days ago, I can say with certainty, I can help save 75% of one's generational wealth where it's not taxed. But it depends on how you set everything up, and certain things about
avoiding probate
the system and Well, yeah, probate is not necessarily a good thing, but understanding why probate is there in the first place.
Right.
Because if you have mismanaged your state of affairs in life,
And you
yes,
suck at money.
probate is over the
Probate's
horizon.
probably a good thing for your kids.
Okay,
So
but the name of the game is not to go to probate for you spending out money, being an executor or whatever, but to have everything into place 25, 10 years, 15 years in advance.
So would
That's
this
the
be
name
a
of the game.
correct application of like a trust or an LLC?
Well, we need.
Let's say I collect SSI, my children are disabled, and then I've got a digital AI company, and I don't want to lose their SSI, but I'm wanting to build this company as a means of income and protection for them into their adulthood should they not be able to work. Is that something to where, like, basically the trust owns the company? I basically operate the company for a small amount and not violate any laws as far as me getting their SSI.
So if an individual is receiving Social Security Administration, okay, they're retired, and if you go over a certain amount, the Social Security says, nope, you make too much.
This is disabled children.
Yeah. However, you're doing business as under your individual name. But that's the way the system sees you as an individual. But it's not against the law to say, I'm going to set up an entity, an LLC. I'm going to set up a few holding trusts. Yeah, this one holding trust is going to own the, say, the LLC, for example. Now you're doing business as not you, the individual, but the individual being the dead entity. And then you operate that in the background, and now it's the business in the world that's doing business as.
So is it kind of like
That's
a
not against
marriage
the law.
covenant where you take one on as itself, as yourself? Is
Repeat
that
it again,
the
Nathan?
right?
Say that again.
So would the term or application of, like, would that be like a marriage covenant? Whenever you marry a person, you take it as yourself, the other person. Is that the kind of same kind of implication?
No.
Okay.
No, you're not like marrying into
So it's disassociation, not association.
That's correct. Yes.
Okay.
When you say to yourself, I'm not going to do business as myself. I'm good over here. I'm getting some benefits. That's great. But then over here, the law says, state and federal, that you can set up an entity, an operating agreement, say with an LLC or an organizational, articles of organization, say of a trust. Okay. And then you think of a name of the trust or the LLC, for example, you register it with the state, the LLC, and now you're, because when you sign the instrument, that becomes legal. Now you're doing business as, and under the name of the entity. And then whatever you want to do in the background is up to the individual.
And you don't have to be a secured party creditor or anything to be able to do these things?
Well, depending on well, first, that's a double, that's an interesting question. Is the question based on being a secured party based on the birth certificate, or secured party because you're doing business and say you have a business like what Eric and I are going through, what Eric is talking to me about, like bonding, Eric's not in. I'm down.
Oh, there he is.
Where
Let me let him
we
in.
are like bonding instruments or something, or the business has collateral, and you want to secure a security interest. So you don't need to be a secured party based on the birth certificate as a company to come in and collateralize something to have a security interest, have a priority lien, priority lien holder, holder in due course based on the UCC. So
Now, as far as the birth certificate, does it need to be like, from my understanding, there's two different ones. There's one that's under the Hague Convention, and then there's like a longer form.
No, you would be getting one authenticated through a non-Hague country to try. That's one of those things to try and
Okay.
avoid like liability.
So that's not the same things.
well,
No.
I have heard these terms like the long form, or I think we're talking like older birth certificates versus newer ones.
Okay.
And at the end of the day, birth certificates, rather be the originals back in the 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s, 70s, versus the new ones that are recorded nowadays. They're all going back. The newer ones still have core registration numbers on them based on the original recordation of the original recordings. That's what I've noticed. And but yeah, you can. It doesn't really matter. You can use either birth certificate, older or new. I prefer the older ones if you have it, because it has information on there that the newer standard birth certificates don't have. And I like to have more, but either one is just fine. And I think it was Chris that made the comment about getting it authenticated.
Yeah.
I've heard that term, around.
I think that honestly, Yusuf El did like a pretty good breakdown on that. It's just like there was like who Yusuf El. I don't know if you heard of him. He like it's due to this one rule in like Minnesota that was just dealing with like when your children become of age and like in order to claim their inheritance and stuff. I think a lot of that really got blew out of proportion. But as far as authenticating it through a non-Hague country, that would put you outside of the United States jurisdiction if your birth certificate was authenticated outside of the United States. That's not in their Hague.
That is a complete fallacy, because if you're
because you're either a citizen or you're not.
Right.
One thing that I will say is I'm not in the habit of bashing anyone, but I would question the individual that you just mentioned.
Yeah.
Okay? Because we've had detailed conversations with individuals. Now, we're talking 27 years ago. You're talking 2000, 2001. That I had detailed conversations with individuals within the IRS, specifically individuals at the Department of the Treasury, and including the Internal Revenue Service, specifically the UCC Contract Trust. And it was them who acknowledged that what my mentor and I had learned about becoming a secured party based on the birth certificate, that is, is correct. And they helped us correct the like, for example, everyone here knows about their individual master file, their IMF, right? So each individual, when they're born, has an IMF file. It's called the individual master file. And that individual master file is also known as a UCC contract trust. It's a trust fund. After 1933, between 33 and 35, was
is that where the whole theory about that word monetized as bonds comes from?
Yeah, well, that was after the Emergency Banking Act of '33.
Yes, that was one of the banking mechanisms that were put into place. But there was
along with the FDIC, they started insuring the deposits because everybody.
Well, the FIDC was there. The FIDC was simply the mechanism put into place so that they
it was to build confidence in the banking system.
Back in the 30s, sold the Americans up the river.
Yeah,
and we could hold them accountable under treason. But their way out was the FIDC, but that was just a band-aid.
Yeah, it's just insuring their deposits so they come spend money at the bank again.
And you know what? This is too good of a topic for me not to say this, y'all. But on YouTube, unfortunately, there is an echo. Chris, let's check it again, family. There is an echo on YouTube.
Oh my goodness, bro. What about now?
Testing.
Still?
Yeah.
Still an echo. I'm holding the phone.
I don't know what to do about. Hold on, look. That's weird.
All right, so when you say something yourself, Chris, it doesn't come through. So if you don't know, all we gotta do is stay on mute, and then when we contribute, just hop off. It might be me or you, but it is coming through on YouTube.
Yeah, I would an echo.
Yeah,
when Eric was talking.
Do you hear an echo now?
Testing.
Echo, anybody?
Only in the background, but not out of my speakers, no.
It's probably mine.
Yeah, I'm glad that you're clearing some of this up, Mark, because I've cross-referenced some of this stuff that we're talking about with ChatGTP, and got to where how it went to the Supreme Court, and a lot of these things that are being portrayed on YouTube, while it looks like it could be true, have been not ruled in favor of.
A lot of the stuff on YouTube, and I'm going to be honest with you, it may shock you, it may surprise you, but I'm telling you the reality of things. Most information dealing with like the secure party process.
What about now?
Testing. I think we're good.
We're good?
I think so.
Okay. Yeah, I had to change the settings. Hopefully,
we're pretty good.
Okay, we're cleared. Yes. All right. Good.
So
good.
So about 85% of what's on the what's on the internet dealing with the secured party based on the birth certificate, certain things on trust setup, are basically 85% inaccurate. Okay, some things may be good, but a lot of it is inaccurate, and it's all convoluted from people. See, I am source. Okay, what do I mean by source? We're the ones, my mentor and I are the ones who actually spoke to individuals within the IRS, attorneys at the Federal Reserve, the Atlantic Federal Reserve, and they're the ones who originally set up we're the ones who set up the process of the secured party process, trusts and all. Well,
I can't hear you, bro.
can you hear me, Eric? Okay. Um, where over time, from like 2004, 5, 6, around 2005, 6, and 7, there was a surge of individuals who essentially took what I had started and my mentor had started, that we were told by individuals. They then went out and they started to do their thing. Now, let me give you an example. Have you ever heard of a book called Cracking the Code? Have you ever heard of that?
Yes.
Or a book called
Yeah, I've read some of the third edition.
The Redemption Manual.
The Redemption Manual, the third edition, is the one that I've got downloaded.
Yes. Now, because one of my clients years ago gave me the 4th edition, 4.0 or something. But there's the Redemption Manual, but then there's also called Cracking the Code. Okay. Both of those were around that early time, but it was the people behind the Redemption Manual that kept that going. But let me explain something to you. Around 2004, 5.
Wasn't that Jordan Maxwell?
Yes.
Isn't that who they think wrote it?
That I'm not too sure. But
because it was anonymous, right?
I'm not too sure, though. I know I studied under Maxwell for like 10, 15 years. If you go to my Facebook, my mom was there and I met him, but my mom was a fan of his. But it was the people who were dealing with Cracking the Code and the Redemption Manual who came to us and said, we want to pick your brain on what we had learned about the process. So for about a couple weeks, they interviewed us. And we were telling them about what we were told and what we had learned. Then it was about a year or two later, I don't know, maybe 8 months, 10 months later, they had come out with their book. Well, they did not really take what we were told based on what we shared with them that we were told. Well, they had then put a spin on it. At that point, we said, you had better get our names out of it because that's not what we were told. Okay. So I just, as an example, I wanted to show you how certain things got implemented. And people then took that as that's how the process was to this day. Okay. And so it was 2006 or 7, if you will, that people started to get into this, and then and that's when the commingling all started. Okay. And so our stuff is the most widely stolen, regurgitated, and I call it regurgitated, stolen, and franchised, dealing with the secured party. And
that's how you get the fork of the sovereign citizen, right?
Well, yeah. And that's why I'm saying is nowadays it is solely convoluted and there is so much disinformation. Some of it is okay, but most of it, 80%, 85%, is inaccurate. Okay. That's specifically based on the birth certificate and things, dealing with that. And like I said, I'm not here to bash anyone, but you need to question their information, because I have seen contradictions within some of the patriot movement in sharing information, and that's a very dangerous thing to go down, because and I give this example. We go to college to get a higher education after going through the 12-step process.
Meaning high school?
Yeah. So
Okay.
the 12-step process is the system. Well, Jordan Maxwell talks about that. It's the 12-step, system, and then when you graduate, you have the martyr board, and but
okay, then I don't.
You have to know about our educational system to know what I'm saying there.
Yeah.
But so we go to college to get a higher education. So we give a lot of credence to local community colleges, to universities, Yale University, all these higher educational colleges and universities. And when you go to college and get a higher education, they have pamphlets, booklets, and white papers to give the people based on the subject matter that you're going to learn. And we rely on these teachers to give us accurate information, whether it be history,
like a syllabus,
language. Yeah, the book, the course that you're going to take. Okay.
Right.
All right. And then we pay exuberant amounts of money to get this education, to work within our world and society and all that stuff. Well, the thing is that people, when they learn about the secured party or even trust setup, okay, people learn from second, third, fourth, and fifth hand knowledge on the internet. The internet, or ChatGPT, or whatever you call AI, is learning from, well, first, AI is based on the current database of the system on the internet. That's all that is. But people will learn second, third, fourth, fifth hand, etc., of information instead of going to source. What do I mean by that? Well, study the law. Go out and start reading books.
Look, you know what? Actually, this is the perfect time to tell them about this. You can literally go to www.law.cornell.edu, and it's got every single thing right there. The whole thing, the whole UCC. It's got it all the way back to the Bills of Exchange Act. I mean, anything you want to know, man.
Cornell,
right there,
is very good. Of course,
it's free. You don't have to pay nothing.
Of course, it is free.
Yeah.
And so,
but you're right. Go to the source.
Exactly. But then there are so many patriots, proponents, antagonists that have taken information from others. They don't do their resource, their learning, their resource, their teaching, and then they go out and make it seem as if they know something. Well, then at the end, guess what you're getting? You are learning from second, third, fourth hand people who then mislead other people. And now we're in a conundrum of awful things. And
So do you offer like a consulting service?
Oh yeah. Yeah. What I offer and what I have learned is what attorneys and accountants will know, minus the license, okay? Because I can't help anyone if they go to court and have a mouthpiece, because they can't represent themselves. I am not an accountant who I can do one's taxes, though I dabble in that knowledge, and I can only educate people but I am not an attorney at law. That's against the law.
Yeah, good time for a disclaimer. This is just for educational purposes.
And everything that I'm saying is educational purposes. Do your own research, but I can provide you with the law that says this, that says that, you know. So yeah, I've I've seen it all, and so you know, I provide the source of information and what we were told and documentations that I don't show too many people. That is the heart and soul of, say, being the secure party of record. You know, I don't broadcast that out too much.
Is there like I keep hearing this thing about, like, I think it's called allodial title?
What you're referring to is allodial.
Allodial, okay.
Allodial. It's pronounced allodial title. And allodial title simply means freehold. That changed in the turn of the 1933, between 33 and 35, where everything before then, you had allodial title. It wasn't under color of law. That changed. And so now when you own property, you have to pay a tax, a property tax, if you will. And so it's not freehold. It just exchanged it from allodial title to color of title. And so what happened? So under the Constitution and the Bill of Rights, us owning property under allodial, or owning land or property at law, which is allodial, freehold, the Constitution, particularly the Bill of Rights, took a back seat under common law. So common law became on the back burner. What came forward was public law, public policy. Now everything was public law, public policy of the good of the public, not good under common law. But see, they hoodwinked us. They hoodwinked us in 1913 with the Federal Reserve Act.
So that's why they can write us tickets for money, is because it's a violation of policy and not law?
Tickets are state ran. So, for example, anything, state statutes, ordinances are all state intricacies to help make money for the state. That's all that is. But statutes, ordinances are not law. Those are policy under the state UCC office.
So I can't get this allodial title to my land and act like it's an Indian reservation and you know, tell the police they can't come there and act like I'm a sovereign state.
Well, there are, you can, but be prepared
for some pushback.
Well, there will be some pushback, and it's a very fine process that you would have to take. You can do it.
Oh, okay.
But it's the county that don't want to give up their money, because that's how they make money now.
Damn tax liens, man. They got to have them.
Okay. Well, tax liens is just one way they make money.
Yeah.
Okay. But the county makes money
just off the land right.
Okay.
Ordinances and city statutes.
I'm actually surprised by that.
Guidelines.
I thought that would have been one of the ones that was like a no way. But
no, man, dude, I'm telling you, once you read the law,
I'm so gullible. I'll believe
it. Dude, no, what's gullible is the people that don't even check to see if that's possible at all. That's the gullible ones that just go into this conformity of, like, I have to go get this job work every day and do this until I die and collect my SSI and die.
I mean, how many people realize?
Rinse, repeat.
Now, how many people realize that, and I wrote a book on mortgage literacy. In 2008, when the housing bubble happened, I started to see a pattern, especially a lot of the clients in California, where I started to see a lot of their deeds. And what California did, and I'm sure it happens throughout the country, where the bank, if you go to the bank and get a mortgage, and the mortgage through the title company issues the deed. And I started to read a lot of these deeds from California, and I says, wait a second. When you buy the property and the land, and you know, why is the title company through some entity is reserving the hydroponics or the gas, the natural gases, and reserving that under your property? I'm like, wait. And I was asking the clients, did you know about the deed that they're reserving this? Oh, you have title, but did you know that they're reserving rights? And I says, no. I says, well, then
you don't
they just hoodwinked you. Okay, they just hoodwinked you. But what I tell people is, when you get property, even if you pay it outright by cash or something, or a mortgage, doesn't matter. You should always check out the deed, the title. And I will tell people, you either do a corrected deed, or if you're smart, you just deed it over to a trust where it's out of your name and into a holding trust, because you don't really want anything in your name.
And you're looking for water and mineral rights?
Well, and I'm glad you said that, because what most individuals don't realize is that you, as a landowner, and yes, even though you own a land, and it's just a little parcel of lot, 2,000-3,000, thing or more, you can own, or I should say, reserve the mineral and the mineral and the commodity rights. And when I was in Illinois, a friend of mine found a mineral and commodity right contract that a company did in Chicago. So I says, here, give me a copy of that. So it took me a few years to redo that as a homeowner. I studied what deeds are, and warranty deeds, quitclaim deeds, all that stuff. And so
I heard it was really tough in Alaska for the mineral rights, that the government or whoever is really not wanting to issue them in title.
Well, you can still do that because it's your constitutional right.
Just wait till they start tokenizing.
Well, that's a whole different beast unto itself.
I know, that's insane thinking about it. I was just thinking as you were saying that, it was like, wow, most of these people don't even know that they don't even own the rights to the minerals in their land, so they don't really own the land.
I'm kind of lost on what the difference would be.
Well, because think about it. All right, if somebody else, it's like Bill Gates or whoever the hell it is, wants to come and buy the mineral rights to your land, and then all you've got is these little measly ass little property rights this little house sits on top of. You know what I'm saying? But they own the actual rights to the land, the minerals, everything underneath it. Who wins? Who's got the biggest lien?
Well, shouldn't it be the paper title because it's closer to the root?
Not necessarily, because the paper title is also the proper conveyance of what you reserved. So if your deed does not mention the conveyance or reservation of mineral commodity rights, any easements, etc.,
that's what they use. That's the vehicle for them to.
Because what are you going off of? You're going off of the conveyance instrument,
right,
or
which
the contract,
or the
trust. That's all it is. Oh. But if you have that mentioned within your deed, first come, first in line, first
in time. Yeah, exactly.
Okay, when you file a financing statement, especially when you have a lien on the property. Now they have to come to you. But see, most people don't know this. And that's why landowners are losing their property, or even just in general, foreclosures, whatever. And people have not protected themselves per se,
Right.
and that's the thing. But no, but you can own the mineral and the commodity rights. You just assign it and you put it in the deed, and there you
Convey
go.
it. There you go.
Now I have two more questions. The short one is do you think that they should have left the slipper silver on the Wizard of Oz? And then the real question is so I hear a lot about, and it goes along with it, about being a state national. Is there any like truth to that, about that basically we're commoditized under the United States as like a commodity or a bond, and that you can basically kind of declare yourself as like a state sovereign, or I don't know exactly the way to
A foreign
determine.
national is probably what you're looking for, or something of that nature.
So
I'm sure
so
you know what I'm talking about.
I do. That's a very good question, and first understand this, that and let me approach it from this standpoint. Okay, so when America, after Christopher Columbus founded America, even though he wasn't the first, okay, in history, we should all know that. But America was founded, and you had the, in 1776, July 6th,
It was like Paris and whatnot.
you you had the Constitution of these United States of America, and then you had we the people, which were the beneficiaries. Okay, now at that point, we were just the American people under the Republic.
Exactly.
Okay,
Okay.
as time went on, the first reorganization that took place was, and people knew where they stood with the government. You were an American citizen under whatever state. That's what it was. Okay, common law, federal government, common law. When the state was chartered and it became statehood, and Arizona was the last state to become statehood, you're under that state under common law. Well, then, come Abraham Lincoln, where Abraham Lincoln, the first Republican, changed the system. Now, we're only told, and I'm going to get to that question, but you need to understand why people are claiming the different national things, but it all originated from what I'm explaining to you.
Okay.
The
And
14th
that is
Amendment.
that
15th.
we're told through the Lincoln administration one side of history. What I mean by that is slavery. The North broke away from the South. It was the South that broke away from the North. And all we know is slavery.
Not
But
about the industry behind it.
what most people don't understand is when states became statehood from the original colonies, 13 colonies, and then they became states after the colonies. Well, then, and it the Lewis expedition, came and all that. Well, states created their own money. So you had the Bank of Chicago. My dad was a coin collector, and I remember asking my dad when he had a replica of an Illinois note saying the Bank of Chicago, Illinois note. Well, why do I have this Federal Reserve notes in the 70s? Oh, no, Chicago, each state made their own money. That changed during the time of Lincoln, but soon after his assassination. We're only told about we're only told about the slavery history, but not how the federal government centralized and told the states and said, we're going to centralize the money system where we only now take the the American money, because it wasn't Federal Reserve note that came in after the Federal Reserve Act of 1913. It was the American note, and so the states had gotten upset because now the federal government usurped a certain authority over each sovereign state. That upset the apple cart, to say the least. Okay. That was one of the main reasons why the states, because some of the states seceded from the Union because of all of this. Part of it was the slavery, but two, it had to do with the money system. So after Lincoln became assassinated, there was that was the first reorganization within the United States. I have a white paper that talks all about that. And but what happened was, then Lincoln was assassinated. Then what happened was a new class of citizenship emerged. Up to that point, when we elected a president or states representatives or senators under the republic, we did not need to register anything to vote for the election. But a new form of class of registration took place. And if you look under the 14th Amendment, it's not a properly ratified under the Constitution. It was like glazed over, if you will. And so at that time, it changed where you needed to register to vote. But they merged it with the ending of the slavery. But what they didn't tell you, it became a new class of citizenship that started, and I'll soon answer your question, okay? And so now a new class of citizenship emerged where you had to now register within the democratic republic of our Constitution. Nowhere in the Constitution does it say democratic. It's just republic. But they inserted that. And so everything was all hunky-dory until the turn of the 19th century. And then things changed. The Federal Reserve Act of 1913, the contrived stock market crash, and then the 30s, that changed everything. Well, so now where we stand now is because people now have learned about something, property, owning property rights, or if I file my driver's license, I'm a state citizen. Well, I don't want to be a state citizen. I want to be a state national or something, on the national level, or because you've heard of a world citizen, right? You've heard about a world citizen, right? That's
I don't know exactly what it is, but I have heard it. Yes.
Yeah, that's the United Nations. Okay, after 1945, that the United Nations was an implanted organization of the establishment back then to what's happening right now. But that's a different story to talk about if you don't know what's going on. But so when you hear all these state nationals and all, I'm not going to knock it one way or another. However, what has emerged from 2,000 years ago till now is one thing, is I particularly don't get caught up into a state citizen, though a national a state national, a state citizen, and all that. That is just what is. Okay, because if you domicile in a state, then it's just what it is. However, what is the core thing that I try to share with people is, what is the relationship of 2,000 years ago and the relationship of now? Okay, 2,000 years ago, there was two major relationships. That was, you were either a slave or you were a master. So if you were Egypt and you were the Pharaoh of Egypt, you were the master. Who were the slaves? It was the
Hebrews.
Jews, the Hebrews, right? So that was the world that was around us. Even in China, Japan, okay, all the ancient civilizations actually had that slave master. It doesn't matter. 2,000 years later, what has the relationship differed? And this is what's very important that I think people fail to understand. Because in our society right now, we have a right to change our status. And what I mean by that is that in the FDRs, in the New Deals of FDR, the Constitution, or I should say the common law part of the Constitution, like the Bill of Rights, came on the back burner, and public law, public policy came into being. Then in the 50s, the Uniform Commercial Code was then adopted by each of the 50 states. Not all at one time, but as time went on, okay? And so when the accounting from substance individual and substance of form in the 30s changed, where the dollar was no longer backed by silver or gold, then the question became, who backed our currency? To this day, do you know who backs our currency? If it's not silver and gold, who backs our currency? Do you know?
People. I would think the people.
Okay, people through what action?
Confidence.
Debt, being born.
Labor.
Interesting.
Our labor. So now when our companies, after the 30s, you started to see a department emerge known as the human resource. Oh, if you have a problem, just go to HR. Go to HR, go to HR, go to HR. So we became a human resource. Like what? A resource like gold and silver? Humans became a human resource? Are you serious?
See, the reason why I asked this is I got adopted whenever I was 37 by my stepfather. My original birth certificate, my name is in all capital letters. And then I get my new birth certificate with the new name, and only the first, it would be like as if I wrote it, there's lowercase in it. And then I hear all this stuff on the internet, and that's why I'm asking this question, if you're picking up on what I'm talking about.
Yeah,
I don't know how to exactly explain it.
Yeah, no, correct. Well,
is that significant?
Well, yes,
it can be, Nathan.
Yes and no.
Because I got some information for you too. Yeah.
Yes and no. But what I want to allude to, and I'll tie that second question into this so I can answer that question too.
Okay.
Because I can see where you're going. So our labor is what backs the U.S. dollar. Through what? When you look at a Federal Reserve note.
See, I thought it was through confidence that we would spend it tomorrow.
No. So when you were born after the second reorganization, the first one was in the Lincoln administration. The second reorganization was in the 30s. We are now going through a third reorganization now, which is moving towards shoving us into the new digital system.
Okay.
Okay. If you don't know what's going on. And yes, there is a term called a world digital citizen. Did you know that?
I loosely, but I don't really know what it means.
I understand that. That's another topic for another, down the road. But so in 1935, the Social Security Administration came out. Now, there's two sides to the system. There is when the mother and father had a child, the mother and father has to register in the new system the child, which is like a unit, and then the doctor signs it, the application for the certificate of live birth. Okay, and then that gets brought over to the vital and statistics. Then the state receives it, records it, then that gets brought over to the Secretary of the Treasury. Then your IMF file gets created, also known as your UCC contract trust. That's the in-house term to the trust fund based on each person's individual master file. And the Social Security number is the accounting. Now, when you look on the backside of your license, you'll see a number, a letter through A through N, and then some numbers. That is your stock number. That's the bond stock number that
I actually looked it up.
Yes. Well,
yeah.
Depending on, because we have 12 Federal Reserve banks in 12 districts of the area of the United States. And each district is designated by A through N. And then you have the federal, which is the Department of the Treasury, the Treasury. And that stock number is the unit connected to your account number, which is thus connected to your birth certificate, you see, at the state level. Okay.
Oh.
And so.
Okay, at the state level.
And so nowadays, the system is you are either two things in society under public law, public policy. Since common law has been taken out and it's in the back burner, you are either going to be a debtor of a situation or you're going to be a creditor of a situation.
Okay.
That's the only two positions. Everything else in between, people argue about, well, I have to do an affidavit of identity because I want to be a state, or I want to be a world citizen, or I want to, that's fine and great. But at the end, if you don't learn about position and to
like chess,
and what I call expatriate through what we were told and acknowledged as the living soul coming forward to become a secure party of record, to expatriate back to the original jurisdiction of we the people, becoming the original beneficiary. Okay? And so you now become a secured party of record based on the birth certificate. Now, and I will say this, and if you have any questions after, I can answer that.
Okay.
So now, because you've heard of the UCC1, filing a UCC1 based on the birth certificate, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, a lot of people in the Patriot movement, including the individual that you named, is inaccurate.
Okay.
Because a lot of people now think that the birth certificate, which is a debtor's instrument, did you create your birth certificate? I know I didn't. but I know what I create. Let me explain that. So what is the birth certificate? It's a financing statement. Am I right? Because we know, because if you look, and I had one client out of 27 years actually found, I think it was a $1 or a $5 or a $20 bill that and like I said, on the back of your social security card is the serial bond stock number.
Yes, like in red.
That's correct. And that was actually there in 1935 when that was implemented. But it wasn't until 1982 that the Queen of England said, no, in America, we to start presenting it, the stock number on the back of the Social Security. So anything before 82, you won't see it. But anything after 1982, that number appeared on the back. Now, you can locate that stock number on the back of your Social Security number and find in existence, and it's only going to be under ones, fives, tens, 20s, and 50s. $100 bills, $500 bills, 5,000, 10,000 will not have it because those are different serial numbers that the Treasury and the that have. That's a whole different instrument unto itself. But only the lower base numbers will have that because those are most commonly used within our society.
I ain't saying nothing.
So I had a client that found, because when you look on $5, $10 bill on the lower right hand side references the A through N plus that stock number, which references so when you were born, $650,000 was created by the US Mint into circulation. And each time you get your Social Security card by the Social Security Administration, one of those Federal Reserve banks create another 650,000 onto that. Did you know that?
No, I did not.
Yes, they do.
That's how the amount gets determined when the Fed decides to print?
Say that one more time.
So whenever the Fed decides to print money, that's how they know how much money to print is based on the births?
No. So when each person, so for example, if someone loses their Social Security number outside of the original, say when you got it when you were little, like when my daughter was born in 2001, it was like 2 weeks later, I had then gone to the Social Security Administration and they had it already. Within a week later, they got me a copy of it. And I still have it. So she's now 27. When she's ready, that's hers. And so, so I have never lost that of my daughters. But if people lose their original Social Security card, what happens is, so when you're born, there is 650,000 taken out, which is a pre-exempt. So the account is created in the amount of 650,000. That's, then there's $650,000 in circulation. Okay. That just becomes an automatic because it's public law, public policy. That's just the way the system operates. You can't control that. That's just the way it is. But then if you lose your card and you have to get another one, and what is one of the major documents that you have to prove that you say you are at the Social Security Administration? It's your birth certificate. So they both tie together. One is the financing statement, which is also known as a manifest.
So you don't want
that shows something, but then the second is the accounting. They both go together. Okay, now, so if you have to get another Social Security card, then 650,000, according to my research, gets created into the money supply system. Now, that doesn't mean that if our our Congress, in their infinite stupidity, issues bills. And so, like, for example, during, COVID or the last 10, 15 years, the stimulus checks and all that. So they have to create a bill, and within that bill, the Congress signs it, and then the portion of the accounting goes to the U.S. Mint, and then, like, there's the bailout, there's the COVID Recovery Act, all this stuff. So then the Mint creates that based on the bill that was passed by Congress. Okay. So it's all based on the numbers game. It's a numbers game. Okay. So hopefully you can follow what I'm saying there. Okay. Now,
a little. I'm kind of
it's
confused
confusing, but see, the
having
nice
a
thing,
new one issued does what exactly?
so when you get a new Social Security card, a Federal Reserve Bank, one of the Federal Reserve Banks are then issued whatever when the Social Security says, oh, we have another individual that needs their Social Security card, then whatever
It adds to
one of the 12
inflation.
Federal Reserve Bank says, okay, we'll issue it, we'll prepare it for you. Then within a week and a half or 2 weeks, the new Social Security card is mailed to your office, but that Federal Reserve Bank says, okay, we're going to then issue another 650,000 of creation of money supply at the U.S. Mint.
So it adds to inflation. It's
It goes
debasing the
into the
dollar.
money supply of the new creation of all that. That's why. What was it? I don't know how old you are, Nathan, but
I was born in 85. I'm 40.
Okay, so you're around my age, a little bit older than you. But remember at one point in time, and it stopped around about 2000, little after 2000, where we had more money, and I remember getting a lot of ones, fives, and 20s, and I had a lot of ones, fives, and 20s, and I saw bills from like the 60s and the 70s, right?
Oh, yeah.
Well, as time went on, the Treasury took out of existence the old money.
Yeah, gas stations were never out of ones or fives.
That's right. But now what do we see nowadays? We see usually bills within the last 5, 6 years, 7, 8, 9 years, give or take. Okay. So you'll never see a lot of those older bills anymore because they've just, stopped that, if you will. Okay. But so the Federal Reserve that issued that that Social Security card to you, then the accounting goes to the U.S. Mint and says, okay, more can be made in existence. So money is just, it's made from that level. Okay, then that somehow through that system, it's in circulation. So you can find, if you look hard, that stock number and find ones, fives, 20s, or even high as 50 in circulation if you were to do your research, and because it's out there. It's just out there. Now your birth certificate, now I would have to read this, and now I am a teacher. When people come to me, I teach people this. And if you want to know about the system of things, I have what you call a white paper, which is the manual to the secured party. And
yeah,
other
I'm definitely interested in that.
Okay. Eric has read it. Everyone, has. Now, I'm going to read you an excerpt. From the white paper, because this is vitally important to understand, and this is going to answer your question. As far as the, excuse me, as far as the all capital letter. So if you found your birth certificate when you were adopted, um, rather be a clerical error or not, it's because it could have been a clerical error. But just know, because after the 30s, in the new system, public law, public policy is under maritime admiralty law.
Okay.
Okay,
Yes.
understand that. Okay, now let me come up here because I want to read this to you. Now, you probably where I got, I mean, I knew this beforehand, but I liked it from our best friend Jordan Maxwell, and he put it, and so I give him credit because I put some of what he has said based on what we were told and acknowledged from individuals, and I just connected it together what he said. But listen to this. So I'm going to read you this. Civil law versus maritime admiralty law. Parts of these statements made in the next few paragraphs from the late Jordan Maxwell, taken from his various lectures, videos between the years of 1990 to 2015. This is profoundly important. Most of the American people have never heard of this before. Please bear with me. There are two kinds of law on the earth. One is civil law, which is the law of the land, and the other is maritime admiralty law, which is the law of water. Maritime admiralty is banking law, which is where UCC falls under. The law in the maritime admiralty states that you, the living, breathing man or woman, since you came out of your mother's water, are a maritime admiralty product or unit. This is why the ship is sitting in its berth. When a ship pulls into a port, it pulls and stops. It's called the berth because the ship has now arrived and it's tied to the dock. And the captain has to give a certificate of manifest to the port authorities because money is now exchanging hands. 650,000. We had 2 IRS agents who told this. That's a side note. This is why when you were born, you had to have a birth certificate via application. It has to be signed by the doc or doctor. That doctor is the authority because that's where the ship is tied to, is the dock, the state, so that the doctor signs the application for the certificate of live birth. Why, you may ask? Because you came down out of your mother's water, you came out of her birth canal. You are a maritime admiralty product or unit. The application for the certificate of birth is signed by your mother or father, and where your mother or father signs the application, you will notice it will not read parent or mother or father. It reads informant. Your mother or father was informing via the bank, IMF, and the government and state that he or she, the parent, has just produced another product or unit or offspring to be bought and sold. Remember earlier when I was discussing the substance and form, the secured party, living soul, is the substance and the original issue through the labor and energy. The debtor, all capital, account fiction is simply the form, whereby when you file a UCC1, the living soul claims priority over the straw man or artificial container, the fiction account, that's the Social Security. And it goes on. But now, so now, when you ask me that question, state national, state citizen, world citizen based on the United Nations, that's what is. You can't change that. That's okay if you want to do an affidavit of an affidavit of identification in that way. But at the end of the day, you are either a debtor of a circumstance or a creditor of a circumstance. And so what I have learned for my now 27 years of being in this, you should be correcting your status from the all capital to the upper and lower case. Now, what becomes the birth certificate for the living soul? Since you didn't create the birth certificate that the system created, you create your own birth certificate. And guess what that birth certificate is? Your UCC1 becomes the secured party's birth certificate. Oh, turn your mic on.
Yeah.
Okay. Does that now make better sense?
It absolutely does.
Now, I'm just touching the tip of the iceberg. There's the white paper goes into greater detail.
Yeah.
Yeah, it definitely makes a lot of sense. And you know, I was kind of dismissing the whole straw man thing until the adoption. And once the adoption happened and I got the birth certificate in upper and lowers, I was like, wow, it almost is as if there has been some kind of transfer or something, you know, because I mean, I listened to it. I'm not well studied into it. You know, I'm more of a AI guy, but
so now, simply put, when you were born, you had the original application for the certificate of live birth, thus the birth certificate. Now, when you became adopted, all that new adoption papers became an addendum to the original. And what was the addendum? Your information stays the same. The only difference is you were adopted by a different mother and father. That's the addendum. But the recordation, the registration, all that stays the same. The accounting and everything stays the same. That's the difference. It's just an addendum. That's all.
So it's likely a clerical error.
I would
and should have been in all capitals.
I would assume so, because everything that you get, a bill, your paycheck, you go to court.
Yeah, it's all in capital.
It's all capital letters. And that's why when you go to a harbor and you see names of ships, there it will always be in uppercase. Okay, it'll all be in uppercase. So that's just the container, but that's where the living soul, through what we call the UCC redemption, and you split the uppercase and you split the upper and lower case. Because a proper noun, and you can go back as far back as the 16th and 15th century, even in the, I remember going to Chicago, to the University of Chicago, when I was studying Egyptology in the 90s, and looking under the Chicago styles back in the mid 18th century, and a proper noun is always upper and lower. But that has now gotten to be so convoluted in today's history that we think that, because remember, we stepped into this position. We stepped into this position not knowing that this new system was created around us. And we are now slowly moving into a new system called the new digital system, AI takeover.
Right.
Okay.
Because we are giving our sovereignty, or what little we have, over to it, really.
Well, and prisons, what you're doing.
Well, and yes, and you know, and people walked into it in the 30s. Now people are walking into it now. People walked into it through the 70s, you know, 1870, 75 with the new reorganization. People did it in the 30s, and people are doing it right now. And people don't realize what's really truly happening, you know. Yeah. And but hopefully that answered your question. I know it was a roundabout way, but I needed to give context.
Yeah, I'm glad that you did.
This is what most people don't do, okay? People within the internet don't put it into sense of context. And that's what I'm upset about, because people then misconstrue it out of context.
If you have all that context, and you start to get an understanding, when you hear new things, because you have the understanding, you can start to kind of navigate. Because I'm an abstract thinker, I like to think about what's a new way to apply something, or a new way to me. And so the understanding is, I'd much rather only understand one sentence that you've talked about than to be able to recite your whole life.
I cannot tell you how many people, since I got started into this, and other, proponents and antagonists, patriots, from 2006,
better to live by the words than to,
and then they branched out and did their thing, all opinionated and commingling stuff to this day. And people have spent thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars on becoming a secured party, or discharging this, doing that, doing this, and doing that. And because now people, at least at the time, people like Tim Turner, or people like, now I'm forgetting some of these names. Winston Shrout. If you just dig deep enough, you'll see some of these names. Okay,
I've heard that name, Winston Shrout.
And he's come out with a lot of good stuff, but he missed the bullseye, and he's still around, but he's in jail. He really did a few things, but what people did was, people at the time started out in New York. Well, people spent $2,000 for airfare, booking hotels. Well, if you want the rest of the information, well, you need to follow us here at Nevada or California or Florida. But at the end of the day, a lot of these clients that came to myself was the fact that they didn't get anywhere. They were spending $7,000, $8,000, $9,000. They didn't understand the foundation, and they got bewildered inside. And it happens to this day, but now people are more on the internet because it's more, prevalent on the internet. And what happens is, a year or 2 years go by, they go to these people, but what happens is that when they come to me, and I answer certain things on certain Facebook sites, and I hand them the white paper, and I mention it all the time, I cannot tell you, and even Eric can testify to this, Daphne can testify to this. I always, Mark, are you a teacher? When I read this white paper, it makes so much sense. Are you a teacher? Because I understand that what I know is higher education, and there is nothing else like this on the internet or else out there within the educational community or the patriot community.
And you explain it so well. The only other guy that I ever listened to is old Johnny Strawman. I kind of like him. Yeah. But man, you've got a really good way of putting it. Once we get off live or whatever, I'll try to get your information, man.
It's my pleasure. It's my pleasure. Yeah. And see,
I'll send it to you now, Nathan. I appreciate you all as well.
Okay.
Because one thing I'm really interested in is training an AI model on things that we know are fact, like what y'all were talking about, like that law website, and collecting data, kind of like what Elon said, that the mission of AI should be for maximum truth.
What I want to do,
maximum truth.
What I want to do, and I'm not the person, because I know enough in the AI to be dangerous to fall on my face. Though I get it, I understand it, and I grasp it. But have you ever heard of Mike Adams?
No.
So Mike Adams created an open AI similar to like Microsoft being the operating system or Apple. They are closed circuits. Search engines are closed circuit. Well, ChatGTP, Grok, and others are a closed circuit, especially like with Google. Mike Adams created an open sourced AI search engine. And because we now know that it's very prejudiced, ChatGTP and Grok, they're very
super
prejudiced
bias
within its own structure unit. So Mike Adams said, I'm going to create Enoch, and it's called Enoch, to type in, he just came out with 3 or 3.0 or 4.0 now, and it says, say Mike Adams, Brighteon, Enoch. And you can, it's just a simple page, you can do your searches. What I would like to do, because there is so much disinformation out there, I would like to take my white paper, my book on mortgage literacy, and have someone who knows more about the AI and put accurate information in the database.
No problem. We got you.
But connect it towards myself. Because if you're going to put this on here for people to educate, because then what that can do is seep into the other AI databases, and it's going to correct itself. And then, because right now there is so much with AI, because
you know what?
The real simple thing is, since he's already got the base.
Now is the time to go ahead and explain what we're working on.
Yeah. So I'm doing an AI startup called Stewardship Solutions, and it basically has to do with maximally incorporating DeFi, artificial intelligence, blockchain technologies into any type of business model. We're talking about even the home. You could go as far as even security for your children. And so you take a base model, kind of like what you're talking about here with Enoch, and then we'll go with, let's say, the security. And let's say you've got children that you're worried about, that they're involved with gangs or drugs or something. And then you fine tune this model with things like Urban Dictionary, Reddit, X, Discords, or whatever kind of websites are popular at the time that are going to be the bleeding edge of social interactions, or social lingo. And then you could incorporate it into a closed unit security system that basically monitors your children, monitors your family. You have possession over your data. Now, for like an application what you're talking about, you would set up your own server. You would have this AI fine-tuned to your stuff, already based on truth, and then you would deploy applications like for Android and Apple that are basically a gateway to where you're hosting your own AI. And then you could monetize it any way that you wanted to. And traffic only goes basically out. The question comes in to something else, and then it relays. So there'll be a little bit of latency, but it's protecting the model, protecting the truth. Now, you know what I mean? So the model wouldn't be the first one to get the question.
Okay. Now,
in case somebody wanted to attack it.
That's correct. Now, as a side note, I just want to let you know that what you're creating, Nathan, is your own proprietary creation, right? You're creating that yourself because you're the creator, and you're setting that up as your own creation, right? So now it becomes your intellectual property. Am I correct?
Well, I don't know. It's me. whenever I think about a creation, I think of more of myself as a modifier or a manipulator, you know,
Okay,
because
so
I'm
now let me say
taking.
this to you. You know about John Williams, right?
No, sir, I do not.
Okay, you've seen the movie Star Wars.
Yeah.
Okay, don't you love the music?
Yeah.
Okay, well, that's John Williams. He did Jaws, E.T., Raiders of the Lost Ark. He's the greatest modern composer. So, as the modern composer, do you think that the Star Wars music, yes, it's original based on the creation of George Lucas, but John Williams, guess where he stole a lot of those basic themes within Star Wars, Raiders, E.T., Jaws? From
Bach.
Bach, Beethoven. All
Yeah,
he
I
did
see what
is,
you're
what did
saying.
he do? He just tweaked it. He did this. Because I can go back and I can tell you where certain themes of Star Wars or ET or Raiders, and I can almost hear it in older Bach, Beethoven, Wagner, all that. So what I'm saying to you is you're taking pre-existing, tweaking it for your own creation. And the point that I'm saying is you can take that proprietary creation and say, I'm going to create a holding trust out of my name and put it under a trust. So
Yeah,
it
that's
gets it out of
exactly what I'm
your
wanting to
name.
do.
It's in a trust and you own that information.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm wanting to do.
So I'm just giving you an idea.
Yeah.
And then,
Excellent.
and Eric and I are creating because it'll be in the digital system or the digital, we're creating a really good cryptographic holding trust, where it takes on the formation of a holding trust in this world, CeFi, and in the DeFi digital world system.
And can be attached or managing a DAO, decentralized autonomous organization.
Yes. Thank you, Eric, for that.
No problem.
Yeah.
World domination hours.
Yeah.
Yeah, Eric, I see where mine and your conversations are kind of coming around to this. I'm starting to picking up what y'all are putting down. Yeah,
I just wanted to say
awesome.
that to you, Nathan.
Yeah.
So what you're creating is on the cutting edge of what your knowledge is, and you want to retain that title of creation. I'm just bringing that to your attention.
Yeah, and so
you power yourself.
Before ChatGTP come out with the agent, on this last one, I was using ChatGTP 4 jailbroke as an agent. Yeah, and setting up cryptocurrency nodes and all kinds of stuff.
Nice.
And I was just doing that just after work, really by trade. Well, I've got 3 or 4 different construction trades, but me and the baby mama went through a nasty breakup, and I've got 2 autistic twins that are 2 that I've had to quit working. So now I went gun ho into this AI sector, and kind of the reason why was kind of the pushback on the proprietary thing is because I've been involved with a blockchain called BitTensor, and man, they're just permissionless, and it's really a hard thing to kind of explain in a few seconds, but anybody can go build on any of their stuff. Anybody can go and contribute. And it's just a revolutionary idea, and the amount of money that's being made by the people that are contributing as proof of intelligence is astronomical. Like the guys who are trading AI agents, it's a winner takes all. And these guys are getting $7,500 a day.
Wow.
For training a single layer. We're talking something like $3.4 million a day that people are getting paid for doing decentralized AI. as a whole from that blockchain.
Wow. Wow.
Yeah. And it's just a complete, their subnet 64
Incredible.
shoots is they're the same model that they trained, where it took OpenAI like billions of dollars. They done it for hundreds of thousands.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it's insane, and it's all documented. Man, it's a top 30 token. It's got the same tokenomics as Bitcoin. When Bitcoin was 4 years old, it was about a $400 token. It's a $400 token. The difference, though, is Bitcoin's price trajectory was accurately predicted through Metcalfe's law, which is basically nodes to the second power. Well, since it has 128 subnets, which are like 128 startup companies, it would be under Reed's law, which gives it a much more exponential curve. So we're looking at BitTensor potentially, instead of being a $20,000 token in 2030, that it could be a $60,000 token in 2030.
Wow.
Yeah,
wow.
Because Reed's law would be 2 to the power of the subnets plus the miners, because it's to the power of the nodes. 2 to the power of the nodes instead of nodes to the power of 2 like Bitcoin.
Now, you brought up two things. You brought up what is that, Metcalfe law and Reed's law.
Yes.
Are those coding dictionaries?
No. So these are basically let's see, equations for price prediction. Yeah. So you can take any kind of company, and when you get basically the utility and the amount of participants, you figure out which law it falls into, plug the numbers in, and then you can, that's how these market analysts are able to predict, within, a range of what a company can or can't do.
Okay.
Like, for instance, like NVIDIA or something like that,
Okay.
they fall under these different laws. I'm no expert on it. I'm still learning about it. I learned from it from a guy on YouTube named Gordon Frayne. He's real big into the cryptocurrency DeFi, and is a bit tensor miner himself. So, he should get the credit for that. But as far as my work that I've kind of double checked it, it knocked the socks off GTP5 and was like, wow, that's, incredibly brilliant, I believe is what he said.
Yeah. That is interesting. That is very, very interesting, though.
Yeah. But anyway, so yeah, it's basically I'm going to be doing a consulting. So let's say like somebody has a beauty salon. Well, they have decentralized infrastructure networks that basically you can hook to a plug-in, anything that takes electricity, that it will measure the electricity coming out of the wall.
Yeah.
And you would put in what the device is, and then they use that to basically as a check on the power companies, and you get paid in tokens. Or let's say you're an Uber driver, and you can put front and back cams on your car, get paid in tokens, and that imaging data goes to decentralized mapping softwares.
And does that mean that it's like automatic, Nathan, that you will get these tokens?
Yeah, so basically you buy their product. These DeepIn projects put out a product, and then you register the product, and then you deploy it attached to a wallet, and every day or every hour, how it's usually one of the two, you're getting paid in tokens. And so I'm not somebody, I'm still doing the research on this, but it seems like to me that you might be able to get some kind of tax break or something for incorporating cutting edge technology or innovative technologies or something. I'm not real sure. I'm still doing the research on it, but there could
And
be tax
it's going to be even
implications.
more leverageable right now during the wintertime months because of the Innovation Exemption Act, especially here in America. This will make a lot of things, such as like for decentralized projects or stablecoin projects, it'll be a lot easier for people to launch these things. So let's say Walmart wants to release a stablecoin. Now, under this exemption act, it'll be a lot easier for them to pool funding, move it into this, and for decentralized projects to reward participants with actual assets, whether it be tokens or NFTs or other things, like which ties again into everything that's been mentioned here so far. All of these things can be added to a trust or put into a trust. And another thing is, as an asset class, right? Because it's an investment. If you lend and borrow from it, any of the assets that you've lent or that you've borrowed from, you're not paying tax on, and that's because you've literally set up a loan with yourself. So a lot of these projects will be able to self-fund, which is why I believe this talk right now is truly revolutionary.
So and I've got a couple of things. So it even goes to the weather. You can set one up at your house to monitor the weather to get paid in tokens. Sound outside your house, cameras outside your house, even sound, which I don't really promote this one, but it is true. You could do sound inside your business or sound inside your house. Which that's a whole different privacy conversation.
Yes, correct.
But it's all kinds of things, even like decentralized mobile phone networks. And then my last thing is so on a certain blockchain, I ended up losing about $5,000 this year on that blockchain. And I'm going to see if I'm going to be able to tax deduct it this year out of, my taxes and stuff.
And I got a guy to help you out with that too, if I can't help you with it myself. But I have a few tax credits, you know what I'm saying, that can be leveraged in that situation on top of the fact that you've actually taken a loss. So you may be able to get a portion of that money back even.
A portion maybe, yes. Yeah.
So last year, I'm going to prepare it, and then I go to H&R Block. So I self-prepare, and then I do that basically for the auditing protection.
Yeah. Question, Nathan, do you have an entity built, like an LLC?
No, I'm looking to do it in the next couple months, and I was kind of leaning towards a digital residency in Dubai for capital gains, because I'm mainly going to be getting paid in crypto, doing a bunch of crypto mining, and maybe some kind of anonymous trust operating here in the United States.
In Dubai.
But that's only if it can be leveraged. Well, I heard that there was a lot of law changes about the anonymous trust and stuff like that, and I just need somebody that sounds like you to help me out.
Here's what I think I would do. Now, this is just as far as specifics. We can go in detail. My
priority is protection over benefits.
That what again?
I'd much rather be well protected and pay more in taxes than pay less in taxes and be shaky.
Yeah. Oh, okay, I got you.
So, just seeing what I'm hearing is I would want to probably set up an LLC here in the States, since the laws here, okay? That's that, right?
Right.
It's easier for you to control.
More familiar with them anyways. Right.
Because you're here in the States. However, you mentioned something about Dubai and something, you said something like something digital.
A digital residency.
A digital
that you can have
yeah.
for
Okay,
businesses.
Yes. What I would do in Dubai.
I plan to eventually go there, kind of half and half.
Well, I would then set up. Well, in fact, before I say that, are you just looking to have a like a mailing address or anything registered within Dubai under Dubai's law, or just a mailing address?
You know, for now, I'm just kind of looking minimally. You know, I'm just kind of starting. I'm at almost all my money's going back into hardware, and I just really need to be, you know, it could even all just be here. It was just how I kind of read a bunch of different stuff and heard a bunch of different people speaking. I was like, wow, that just sounds like the best of everything. No capital gains on crypto, and then you can write off the hardware because you're operating here. And I was like, man, that sounds like gravy.
Yeah. You know? Well, what I was going to say is that set something up here because you know the laws here. But the nice thing about it is then you can set up a satellite office in Dubai, and that could be a satellite office there doing business as tied to your main company here, say, as a subsidiary. I'm just
because I was thinking about it the other way around.
Yeah, you can, but then understanding the Dubai laws when it comes to setting up something, you know, because that's new to me, but I know you can set things up.
Yeah,
you know, there.
Because I just plan on using that more as a vault. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, and we can go into detail more, you know, privately and share with me certain things. You know, there, just so that I can understand to protect what you would want to create, you know, the best thinking there, if you will, if that makes sense, you know. But yeah.
Right. Yes, absolutely.
You know, but yeah, so, you know, but what you're telling me about, you know, what your plans are, that sounds very, very interesting. You're the first who has communicated that to me. That sounds very interesting. That really.
And another thing too is I'm setting it up with webhooks and a bot for my white paper to actually be a living document on Discord. So it's going to be like a completely public, transparent. You'll be able to actually talk to a bot and wonder why this server or this miner went down, or if you even catch why there's a an error. Let's say somebody caught an error, communicated with the bot, and it turns out that it was true. You would be able to watch the correction in real time, and it'll be a living document that's a proof of autonomous work. You see what I'm saying? And it's kind of a new, it's kind of my angle on a new way of being transparent and pulling in investors. And you could do it with any kind of business. You know, you can have AI, basically a narrow AI that just basically documents and then publicly posts.
So it'd be like an automatic type thing. Yeah. Okay. That's interesting.
Yeah. And depending on how you do it and how you show the coding in GitHub, it could give a lot of credibility to you about that you're not hiding anything because of its how integrated it is into all of your business devices. You know what I mean? Because the last thing you'd want to do is do something shady with your books and have this all integrated and posting on Discord.
Yes. How much do you think, that would, now there's a reason, there's a madness to my question that's going to lead into what I want to say. But I want to lead into it this way because as a secured party, there is a benefit to be a secured party. But I'll pause there. But what do you think that it would cost for you labor-wise that you would get everything up and going that this would cost, and it then becomes an automatic for you? I mean, what type of labor, equaling money that would entail? If that's a right question I want to ask.
Man, labor wise, I really don't know. I have an idea about different tiers of what the hardware would cost me.
Okay.
And I've kind of got a 5-year plan on how to buy that hardware. I'm thinking for me to optimally run, it's going to be about $50,000, and I've got a 5-year plan on at 5 years be 50 grand in on hardware.
Okay.
I'm a 24/7 daddy daycare, so I'm just trying to mitigate toddlers crying. I'm sure y'all keep hearing them, and I keep having to pick him up. He's pretty jealous, but yeah,
Number one is a
construction.
father to their children. I love that.
But you raise a good question, because I haven't even thought about what my time's worth. If I was going to go out and frame a house or go do a commercial roof, I could tell you, yeah, I'm a a $30 to $35 an hour W-2 guy, or I'm 75 to 100 bring my own stuff. But on this, I haven't considered it.
Well, why
As
I
odd
say
as that
that
sounds.
Because why I say that is because calculating what it's going to cost your hours labor, but then in turn, this is a service that you're providing at the end of the day. Am I correct?
Yes.
That's what this whole thing is. Now, with that being said, as a secured party of record, you can file a UCC1 on this creation in the commercial registry, have a security interest, et cetera, et cetera. Now, being a secure party of record based on the birth certificate, guess what you can do? Because creating something is also an obligation of performance, that which you provide the public. Now, as a secure party of record, you can actually bond some creations in the event of a lawsuit or, whatever. Anything could happen, or just bonding it for a performance. Because as a secured party of record, you can bond this, and those can be in the records of the business, because you, the individual, are a secured party. But as the business can file a UCC1 having a security interest, etc., and all that.
Just like I would file a GPU or a truck?
Potentially. But it's for your protection. Okay. Because most people's creations, they fail to protect their intellectual property. You know what I mean? And so, and as a secured party,
I'd almost give it away if I could, I knew for sure I'd live the life I wanted to.
Yeah. But I'm just throwing that out as possibilities and ideas, that all of this, can play into the digital world. And because this is what Eric and I are talking about.
So it's called bonding?
Yeah, because what you would do is see as a secured party. Now you know about substance and form, right? As I was sort of talking about, right?
You
So
know, I'm like greener than spring grass.
I understand. So as a secured party, um, you would invest in 21 US minted pre-33 silver dollars. You know what silver dollars is, right?
Yes, sir.
So according to our Constitution, um, that stopped from any regulation after the Federal Reserve Act of 1933. And what happened is again public law, public policy, and thus the silver and the gold backing of our currency is now our labor and energy. Okay, now, um, how does the secured party, if you want to bond something, rather it be bond something of performance or something as a surety, okay, protection, security, bonding, and have it in accord with the federal laws that are into place now that give it the strength, you know. And so what the secured party does is he or she invests in 21 US minted pre-33 silver, not new currency like silver dollars based on the US mint, because that's just all collectibles. But pre-33 silver that was in existence is in accord with the Constitution and regulated thereof, et cetera, et cetera. So you create a silver surety bond. Well, I create it, and then to you.
How many does it take?
What's that?
What is the minimum for it to be constitutionally legal of
So
these pre-33 silver dollars?
Article 7, which is what is that called? I'm going to paraphrase this, but it's Article 7 where it's anything in controversy over $20. So
Okay.
what I did is I went to 21, and in the Bible, anything that is 21 actually represented redemption. So that kind of worked out there because our founding fathers, when they created our Constitution, it was very biblically sound, was based on the older things of redemption and things of that nature. So actually it was $20 is redemption, but we went to 21, a dollar over. And but that's so the silver surety bond is in accord with Article 7, including CFR Part 203 of the CFR, which is Code of Federal Regulations, CFR. And
Okay.
so now the government, our dear government, actually backs the silver in their because they're guaranteeing the performance because you're backing it by the silver. I'm being a little technical, but I'm being more technical, but
No, I
I'm also
appreciate it.
trying to help you that as a creator, you can bond some of this stuff that adds protection, layers of protection is what I want to say. You can have fun with it at that point, but it's protecting you, you know, because few people know how to protect what they create, their house, their bank accounts, because everything is in your name. And what the banks do is the banks and the wealthy, they know how to protect what they have, but people, individuals don't know how to protect what they have, what they create, in the event of worst case scenario or not, but just protection. So that's the point that I'm trying to say is, and that's what I teach, is I teach how to protect and to be the best. And let me give this for an example. Do you think Trump or Elon Musk is a debtor or a creditor?
Honestly, I would say that they're probably debtors.
No, they are creditors. You want to know why?
Aren't they
Because
both in debt though?
Because creditors create things.
Oh, I'm looking
They
at it all
create
wrong.
they create services. See, until you read my white paper and you break up the two sides of the account. See, people are used to thinking and living on the debt side of the account, but there's an entire right side of the account that people need to think. Stop.
Because my thinking is if you owe $1, you're a debtor.
Well, from one standpoint, sure, if you have a mortgage or a credit card, but that's okay. You could still live to be both. You could still be a creditor and use credit cards as a creator to fund your business. So like, for example, Courage Dreams Enterprises, I helped leverage business credit from my all capital using my personal credit, and my personal credit is over 800 to leverage business credit. So Courage Dreams Enterprises has business credit with Dun and Bradstreet, and that's why I have business credit cards and but few people know how to do that. Net 30s, net 60 accounts. So everything
I've
that
never
we
even heard of
buy
that.
for stuff. What's that?
I've never even heard of that, net 30 or
Yes.
60.
So net 30s
Yes,
and 60s are accounts that help build the business credit.
Okay.
That's like Granger, Quill, Ulan. You buy supplies. Well, they offer business accounts.
Yep,
And
Spotlight.
and Spotlight. Yeah, exactly. And I know that can be over certain people's heads, but these are words and terms and see, this is what I try to do as an individual, being a consultant, is that I try to aspire others to stop thinking in the terms of debtorship and learn and help people learn to think in form of creditorship. And
Now, I do have one question
list,
about the trust.
what's that?
Is so whenever, let's say I die and then my children would be the beneficiary of the trust, and then there's got to be something or someone who's in control of the trust. And can I set it to where whoever it is would have to work with like some kind of like a fiduciary or like some kind of teacher like you are for like 10 years to make sure that they are competent enough to run it?
I will even paint the picture even better.
Okay.
Excellent. All right. Let me paint it this way. And Eric and I actually had this conversation. You know the Rockefellers?
Yeah.
The Rockefellers never used to be what you would call nowadays the aristocracy. They were originally, the Rockefellers were like, what is it, 5 or 6? You had the father Rockefeller, but then you had 5, 6 kids. And about 150, 60 years ago, they then learned about the banking industry. They each son from the father learned different things in the economy.
Okay? Like the Rothschilds?
Like the Rothschilds, same thing, or the Vanderbilts. Okay. Now, what they did is they set up a generational estate held in various trusts, in businesses, banking. Okay. So when those sons had passed on, the successor trustees would step in and take control. Now, you made one comment where you would set this up for your kids, and then if anything happened to you, where would your kids go, right? As a father and parent, you would be teaching your kids, of course, not all at once, but you would slowly introduce them to what you have done. So they become little creditors like the big creditor their father and mother are.
Right.
You're going to help them think creditor thinking, and you're going to just plant seeds in their heads every so often, once a week, twice a week, half hour a day or an hour. You would show them what you're doing.
Yeah, I plan to do that with homeschool, but I'm thinking, what if in the event that I die and they're 5 or 6 years old, can I have something in place?
So then that's what you would call a will. You would create a will, because the will is the instructions. And of course, you would have an executor, you would have a successor trustee, and depending, of course, your son or daughter would be the of her or his trust fund as gift on down to him or her. And the will is the instructions for them. And then
But once they reach competency, I could revoke that will.
Well, yeah, you can. Sure. You can addendum. Yeah, you have the initial will, and then you can then change it up, add addendums, change it, and then you of course you can add to it, subtract to it, whatever. Yeah, it's all up to you, because you're the creator of your estate and generational wealth, and but it all starts and stops with you. And where I come into play is that I help you set up this portfolio, or what you call this roadmap, so that it's all laid out to help you save on 60-70% of your wealth, passed down to your kids, your businesses, whatever you set up in your life, all that stuff. Because I look 10, 20 years down the road, 25, 30 years down the road, So, but yeah, all that is all possible. And once you set up these entities, which are these pillars, nothing can get taxed because nothing changes. Do you know what one of the worst, have you heard of the term the death tax?
Yes.
That is the worst thing in God's creation that the states created, was the inheritance tax. That is the sin of all sins.
Do you know where that comes from?
Where?
In the book of, in Hebrew it would be called Yasher, but in English it would look Jasher. So there was a man in the country Mizraim, which is modern day Egypt. Yes. And the Egyptian king only come out once a year out into the city. Well, this man named Pharaoh come into the capital and said, and had convinced Pharaoh's army that he was acting on the behalf of Pharaoh, and that where they were burying all the people, that it now cost silver that he was collecting for Pharaoh. Well, he had done this and accumulated such wealth over this period of time that after that, once Pharaoh come out and noticed that he had been taken over, what he did was he made the man named Pharaoh the governor. And whenever he died, every king of Egypt after that was called Pharaoh, and that's where the death tax comes from.
Okay. I believe that.
It's in the book of Jasher.
Yes, I believe that term. Yes, I believe that. Well, that's like the do you know where the Bloody Mary, the drink Bloody Mary came from?
Mary of Scots?
Yeah. Well, after the king in the 17th century, when he didn't have any sons, he had like 4 wives, and it was Queen Mary. Uh, when the king died at like what 39 or 40, he had like some blood disease, and
She had James, right?
I think it was King, and I forget I think it was King
Edward or
Louis
James?
or James, yeah, something. I forget. But when he died, Queen, she became his daughter, which came from his first wife that he divorced because he wanted a son, he just couldn't get any, became queen. Well, this is a twofold history because, and I'm using this as an example because that's interesting that you know from the Egyptians, the death tax, is that Queen Mary being emotional, she just wanted a father, but she was, so she became queen, and where we get the religion, the Protestants were the protesters because Queen Mary for 35 years or 40 years.
She fought her cousin Elizabeth, who was with the Catholics. That's what the whole thing
Well,
was
well,
about,
Queen
right?
Elizabeth the First, after Queen Mary died, well, because the Bloody Mary was because she was killing a lot of her people and taking the land from people, and thus the religion, the Protestants, because they were protesting, but she killed a lot of her people, thus the drink Bloody Mary. But when Queen Elizabeth the First, after Queen Mary died, the England became very free, and that's where like um, the Renaissance. That's why the Renaissance happened, and it was so glorious. And
Oh, I didn't know that.
you had Shakespeare. You had brilliant minds at that point that were free. So Shakespeare's plays, the Renaissance happened, and it became the best. And then, of course, back in the 40s when Queen Elizabeth II became coronated, and she just died a few years ago. So that's
Right.
some of the history there. But that's interesting. I'm just giving that historical, things we don't know uh, come, lay down from years ago to present day. We just don't know it.
An interesting conspiracy thing about Queen Elizabeth II.
Yes.
So there was the double rainbow over Buckingham Palace the day that she died.
Yeah.
Did you know that?
I did not think so.
All right. So yeah, look into it. And
Interesting.
then there is this whole theory that the stone in the British throne is the stone that Jacob laid his head on and seen the ladder of heaven, which is
Oh,
the
wow.
line of kings from David to Yeshua Christ. And that there are some lores talking about that the prophet Jeremiah, after the second deportation, took 2 Israelite princesses of Hezekiah to uh, Ireland, to the hill of Tara, named after Teotelphi, that Israelite princess. Well, if you believe that story, the prophetic sign of the double rainbow, one of the covenants is the Davidic covenant that there will always be a physical seed of David sitting on the throne forever.
Mm-hmm.
And so, if that is true, that double rainbow would be a prophetic sign of God telling Charles, remember the covenant that I have with your father David.
Mm-hmm.
But that's only if you believe all that stuff.
Well, there
You know?
is something in history about symbolism and symbologies. Like,
Yeah,
for
because that's why they
example,
had the red lion for being
yes,
the tribe of Judah.
yes,
Herbert
exactly.
Armstrong was really big
Yes,
into all that British Israelism.
yes.
And then you have like Swift and Comparet, which that's stuff that I know a whole lot about. But
So, do people realize? See, ask yourself when, and I personally like the Queen Elizabeth because I think she did a lot for England and the people. But ask
Well, she
yourself,
died 1 year after that big mechanical bull was at what is it, the Commonwealth Games, and they all bowed down to that big mechanical bull, like in the Exodus. And 1 year later, she died.
Yes. I did not know
1
about
year,
that,
and
but
she was
that's
the longest
interesting.
reigning queen
That's
in
correct. She
all of
was.
history.
Yes, she was.
And
yes.
some people believe that it was a judgment from God for that mechanical bull.
That's interesting.
Like when Moshe come down with the 10 Commandments.
Right. Well,
and then there's that
very
big
symbolic.
double rainbow.
Well,
Remember
I know
the covenant.
She was sick. If you notice, she was sick the last year, and she didn't do a lot of appearances. She didn't do a lot of appearances. I know that, because think about it. Her son, Prince,
William,
not William, but the son of the Queen,
Charles.
Yeah, Prince Charles. He started to come out and doing more speakings than the Queen did, and because I had heard, that she was like really sick. But here's what I want to share with you is, why didn't he get coronated when King Charles, his mom passed? Why didn't his coronation a few months later happen? Why did it have to happen a whole year later? And on what date? This was a slap in our face. Because when was our Constitution created? 1776. And that's when it happened.
It seemed like I read something about it had to do with the preparation of the anointing oil, because they make it a certain way, that they make it over there in Israel.
It's all symbology, symbolism, things that date back.
And his coat of arms is really interesting too, how it's chained to a dragon.
Yes, I think I heard that too. Yes, I have. But getting back to what you were saying is that if you play your cards right, because you don't want to fall in the way of the inheritance tax. The name of the game, have you ever heard of 3 words? Heirs, successors, and assigns. Have you ever heard those before?
I've heard 2 of the 3. I don't know what assigns is.
So if you understand, you don't want to heir anything over. See, the Rockefellers, the Vanderbilts,
they just give control.
The rich people do not heir anything. They either assign or they success something over. That's the name of the game within the loopholes of the law, ancient and modern.
Because there's no change.
From the public persona, there's nothing in change. It's all done in the background. See, that's why I say trusts are administrative. They're not judicial, and they're not executive.
So there can't be instruction.
No, it is instructions, because what is a will? A will is your wishes. Because that's a private instrument in the background.
Yeah, I've got so much to learn.
Well, no, there is. And see, what I am doing is, with my daughter, I'm teaching her slowly, surely, she's 27, is I'm planting seeds in her head so that if anything happens to me, everything will be passed on down to her. So I'm already doing that with her. And what's interesting is she has my blood and, of course, her mom's blood, but she has my administrativeness. How ironic is that? I'm an organizer. I do things administratively. So she automatically does things administratively on what she does, here in Texas. It's a small world, how family,
well, she's going to make somebody a good wife. What an accommodating characteristic.
Yeah. So, but no, that's something that I help individuals think about. And that's why I do the consulting, so that I can teach you, and then you can teach your kids. And that's how it's all passed down. And then you lay everything out in the background. The will is the
They call
will
that doubling the talent, don't they?
What's
It's
that?
called doubling the talent.
Yes, exactly. Yes. Yeah, but it's not rocket science. I can tell you that. It's not rocket science. You just lay everything in all your wishes.
But it goes against the deepest of human natures. And the deepest of human natures is to rebel, to reinvent the wheel. And, it has to be the same way. It's very, from what I understand, instructions are meant to be followed, not necessarily modified.
Well, think of it this way.
Preach.
I would love to be a mouse in the archives of the Vatican. You want to know why?
Because that's probably where the rest of Alexandria is.
Part of that. But see, when Rome fell, and because you had the Vatican way back when, even through the times of Jesus. Okay. And when Rome fell, and it's happening now here in America and the world, especially here in the Western world, is things are collapsing. But again, that's a different story. But Rome merged with some of their ideologies within the Vatican. And so a lot of their ideologies are now embedded in the Vatican. And Vatican being the oldest religion, I would love to be a mouse.
I wonder if it's the biggest
in the library and the catacombs of their library that will never see the light of day, that could actually one-of-a-kind books that could free the world, that would set things straight. Yeah. So you talk about instructions and all. The last 5,000 years, a lot of that
you think they're the biggest owner of intellectual property?
From one side, from the historicalness.
Well, doesn't all truth have to be based in
McDonald's is actually the biggest landowners in the world. The McDonald's is. You want to know why?
Sure.
Take a stab at it, Nathan. Why do you think McDonald's is one of the biggest landowners? Think about it.
I would say it has to do with store location.
Well, part of it, but so
they're invested in farms?
No, actually it's simpler. So McDonald's being a franchisee model, right? They were the first franchise in the food industry. So Ray Kroc, here's how the model worked with McDonald's. So Ray Kroc, in the franchise model in the 50s and early 60s, was that part of the franchise model was that McDonald's said, okay, we have the corporate office of McDonald's. What we will do is we will buy the land. And then the land that franchisees buy into will pay a franchise tax. And we will lease it to the owner or the franchisees who own the McDonald's branches that we have here in America and the world.
Like a timeshare?
And what's that again?
Like a timeshare?
No, not a timeshare, because franchise don't have timeshares. Only W-2s have timeshares, not like subcontractors or franchisees. But So as a landowner, they charge a land fee. Those managers who own those McDonald's have a franchisee to the corporate of McDonald's, but McDonald's owns the land that these owners of franchisees have, because they don't, the McDonald's, the managers the owners of those McDonald's don't own the land, they just lease it. So it's a perpetual lease or easement. And McDonald's is one of the biggest landowners in the world. Oh. That was a very smart move on their part. So McDonald's, that's why McDonald's is in one of the top 500 S&P companies, just because of what they did there. They will never go broke because of what they did.
Yeah, just remind me whenever we're going over things privately I've got a pretty cool idea about like rentals on, let's say, if you decided that you were going to dead end your money into real estate, as most people do.
Sure.
And let's say you're going to set something up to where it would be for people with limited incomes.
Mm-hmm.
And you based it off of a fair percentage of what their check is.
Okay.
And then you had them, instead of paying you in fiat, you had them pay you in, let's say, silver bullion, because you're going to basically save that money. You're not looking to reinvest it. You're looking for it to be a hold. And I have just kind of wondered how that could be structured on a profit or on a business side, on how you could kind of subsidize that with,
So you're saying instead of getting paid in a dollar fiat, you would get paid by silver.
Right. And you would basically just hold the silver because, you're not looking to reinvest it. You're going to dead end it. You kind of want to do a public service with, if I heard it best said this way by a Muslim scholar. He said that the reason why that there's poverty in the world is because those who are rich have taken more than their fair share. And so, that's just an idea that I've got brewing in my head. And I just wonder how I could use that to my advantage, business, tax, or anything.
Well, I would certainly, there's a lot more detail that is missing within that statement.
Yeah, I'm just saying
poverty or things, was this, and you said a Muslim,
yeah,
Muslim, and what geographic on what this comes to mind though, in what reference was he saying geographically speaking?
Is
he referring
I don't know.
to
I assume the middle
or a third
I assume
country?
he was out. I assume he was probably out somewhere in the Middle East.
I see. Okay.
Yeah. But it just kind of struck me. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because poverty means different things in different places.
And that's what I'm saying is there's a lot of missing information there, because poverty here is different than in a third world or something. So, that would.
But what the principle brings up is the duty of the believing brother.
Mm-hmm.
And basically under all the Abrahamic religions is that if we are brothers in faith or of near kin, and you have a brother that's without, it's for the brother that has to provide it freely.
Mm-hmm.
Which my little proposal doesn't really fall into freely, but it's kind of what sparked that whole thing for me. Because let's say If somebody would have done that in what the 60s, and rent was what, $40, it would probably be what, 1,000 or two today.
You mean own property or like renting?
Renting.
Renting, yeah. Well, obviously, cost of living plays a factor in that. Cost of living, the economy, interest rate, yeah. Stuff that, I mean, I remember like my dad when I was younger, he had he bought a house for 16,000, which was a rental, and he converted it over the upstairs to one, and then he had two. No, the downstairs was one. He converted it into two. He put it like a wall on both sides, and then he had one up above, so it was three. 16,000 in today's standard. Before my dad had passed on in the 90s, in the late 90s, my mom had sold it for like a little under 200,000, like 180,000, but it was only 13,000 in the mid 60s. So inflation and all that plays like a part into that.
But with and I've got a lot of experience in building. You build it with IFC insulated concrete forms. You do it with near net zero, and then with the whole thing with the D-pin, you could actually be making tokens off those while giving people a break who wouldn't otherwise might end up being in a homeless shelter.
Yeah. Through the DeFi is what you're saying,
or through D-pin.
Yeah. Certainly,
because my main vehicle is going to be, how like MicroStrategy done with Bitcoin.
Yep.
I'm wanting to basically do that with the BitTensor token. Same tokenomics, just built on decentralized AI.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Right. I mean, the nice thing is that if it's all calculating and projections and setting something up, set something, your business structure, and
I'm glad I've met you because
it can be very fun
on a lot of these. Yeah,
it's
financial chess.
It's all fun. Absolutely.
Yeah.
And have fun with it. Eric, as far as the DeFi world of it, he's teaching me a lot of things, and I'm teaching him a lot of things. But it's very fascinating, to say the least. And the tax credits, and one can have like very fun within this world.
Quid pro quo.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And what's cool is when you're with people that the quid pro quo means your best versus my best, not what my best could get me versus what your best could get me.
Yes, exactly. Yes, exactly. And how long have you actually been into, if I may ask, the DeFi? How long have you been into it, Nathan?
So, not a real long time. How this all started is me and Chris, Wavemaker. We grew up together since we were 9.
Oh, wow.
And we have always been like business partners and stuff like that. And so I was demo trading futures, and he had told me about crypto. And so, yeah, Dad, I'm on a call. So he talked me into basically coming into crypto. I was kind of hesitant, and then we got into it. And so what's so cool about DeFi, and this isn't a well-known thing, a lot of these crypto guys either don't know or don't know how to teach it, and it's something that I've gotten a little bit better at. But have you heard of liquidity mining?
I am learning a little bit from Eric. Eric,
so
is that what you're trying to teach me? if Erica is listening.
No,
Nathan is even further and better versed in what's going on. We started off with pools and we touched on mining, but no, Nathan is definitely the expert with that.
Okay, got it.
Got so much cool
So-
stuff in store.
So you've got a
It's amazing.
liquidity pool.
Okay.
So you've got a liquidity pool,
Okay, got
and
it.
the liquidity pool stays balanced on each side.
Yes.
And what's your strategy in a liquidity pool as it is in its lowest form is you have volatile and stable assets. And so even if it's volatile, you always experience what's called impermanent loss, which is where one token's being sold off in favor of the other.
Yes. Yeah. Okay. Got it.
So you can use things called correlation matrices, which basically tells you how another volatile asset performs in it next to another asset. So if you can get them where they're highly correlated, meaning the percentage is higher, and they move at the same time, there's very little impermanent loss, and you get the maximum amount of price appreciation. Because most people don't want to put their tokens into a liquidity pool because of impermanent loss. They don't want their Bitcoin being sold off for USDC.
Yeah. Correct.
But if Bitcoin goes down, they're all right with it being sold out into USDC because it hedges them.
Yes.
From loss.
Right.
So a step beyond that is called liquidity mining. And so you can do it on certain blockchains like Base or Ethereum, where you use the price charts and you say, well, I know that according to this chart, that Ethereum should stay between $3,200 and $3,500. And I know that Bitcoin is going to stay between 105 and 115. Well, you can set this range to where you are providing liquidity and collecting fees.
I see.
If it goes outside that range, you experience impermanent loss and no fees.
Okay.
If you are inside that range, you are collecting whatever price appreciation depending on how you got in, but you're collecting a bigger slice of the pie of the fees.
Yes.
And you can make hundreds of dollars a day from providing liquidity with just a few thousand.
Wow.
And this is where me and Mark have briefly taken a moment, because at the moment, you know what I'm saying, when you're trying to learn how to not only maximize the liquidity benefits, but also live off of like your yield. You want to leave that starting amount, that starting collateral in there, but also just live off that interest yield. It's a lot safer, right, for you not to worry about impermanent loss, but to hedge your bets. To hedge your bets, right? Not only utilizing the simple liquidity pools, but also private banking. And then on Tandem, there's other assets that are allowing you on other blockchains to still maintain a yield. But once you start learning how to maximize on your yield, taking a few $1,000s to make a few $100s a day makes perfect sense, and allows you to still live off of that interest while leaving that principal balance there. See what I'm saying?
Right. Yeah.
Yes.
And knowing the season. So it's like it's almost like spot trading, but providing liquidity. It's really complicated at first, but once you understand the dynamics of it, and if you understand reading price charts, you understand the price ladder, and you understand the institutional style of trading with footprints and stuff like that, and knowing the cycles, it's the same concept as, let's say I'm going to trade an ultra versus a note. You know how they'll kind of move the same, or one will move a few minutes before the other on banknotes, and you would watch it but be only trading one. It's the same concept. Same concept. You're just doing it with crypto.
Interesting. Yeah, that's why I'm leaning on Eric quite a bit for now, I think.
Yeah, well, you know,
I mean,
the thing about it is Eric knows what he's talking about.
he does.
Let's see, at almost nearly every class that I've taught, Eric's been in it. So I
Nice.
know that he's attending. You know what I mean? And he's
Yeah.
paying attention. And Eric's one of them guys that he goes back and checks.
Yeah.
Because I've gotten several calls from him. Hey man, I'm not exactly sure I understood this or that, you know, and you know, we'll go over it. So yeah, man, you're in good hands.
Nice.
You're in good hands.
Nice.
That's love. I appreciate you as always, both of you guys
Yeah.
on the real.
A good place for that kind of information, like if you wanted to read about liquidity mining or crypto things, is Tasty Crypto. And then believe it or not, it's dang I wanted to say Wikipedia, but it's not. It's like the financial Wikipedia.
Oh, you're talking Investopedia?
Investopedia.
Yes, that would be Investopedia. Yes.
Yeah. Investopedia. Yeah, yes. Thank you. And it goes through there and it explains the liquidity mining, how it starts.
Investopedia is good.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
And I always suggest this. So when people do one of two things. Often what they do is they learn about a project and then they learn about fundamentals.
Yep.
And they never really learn the charts or like the institutional style trading, what makes the market move.
Sure, yes.
You know, and people don't understand that it is literally an option, just as if you have a sign.
Yeah.
And that's what it is.
Yep.
You know, that's what that price slider is.
Yeah.
And you know, but well, you know how it goes. Mm-hmm. It's hard to get anybody. Usually what it takes is somebody getting into a project, making a little money and being like, wow, this really does work. Now I'll put in the time.
Yes.
You know,
yes.
I was running classes for a little while and it got down to where I only like had one or two people. And it was just, they're like, man, I don't understand what you're talking about. It's too complicated. You know?
And that's where, and I'm going to use this as an analogy, is that's where most people will go onto the internet as if the internet is the school. Though the internet is good to get information from.
It's a good place to prompt you.
Exactly. It's a start, but it's not the end all of end all, because you still technically need a teacher or some consulting that knows more than you, that can help you, consult with you, mentor baby you along, so that you don't get veered off in the wrong information.
And the problem
I feel like I'm the smart one. That's when I go somewhere else.
Only confirm your bias. You see what I'm saying? So we see AI Copilot, we see all of these AI search engines that are just incorporated, and it'll give you a lot of actionable steps, right? You feel me? It'll be things that you can go ahead and do, right? But again, it takes out all of the nuance. Like if you go and do this one thing, right, that's perfectly fine. But if you're in Illinois and you do it on a Sunday, you know what I'm saying? There's different things that AI just cannot contribute to, you know what I'm saying, or compute for. And I feel like that's the only thing that's a little bit concerning, because people have the now I'll even hear people talk about these things in a little bit more of a professional or refined manner, but it's only because the AI, you know what I'm saying, has started to string things together. You feel me? So if you're going to do that, just know that it confirms biases. Look for the things that can also, you feel me, disprove what it is that your input is, or that your original thesis is, just to make sure you confirm it. Otherwise, you know what I'm saying, we're just going to be relying on information that when it comes to stuff like this, things like this can bleed into taxes, can bleed into all of these other various serious aspects of life. Where if you're doing something incorrectly, you can face repercussions. You know what I'm saying? So
well, just like
make sure you take this information and do your due diligence.
Well, that's like two things. One, I just had a client that I met 2.5 months ago, and I'm helping her correct her status as a secured party, her and her fiance, and she shared with me a trust that she created. I think she said like Chat GTP or something like that. And I just looked at it and I'm like, oh wow, there's like a lot missing there. Though it has some elements, but it's far from okay. And I'm like, okay, so that's how AI would generate that. And then on another thing with another client, a few clients, because one of my specialties is helping people with document preparation, like affidavits of truth, debt collections, laying out the facts, sort of like you would with a case going to court or something like that, which I'm very aware of, court preparation and all this. And I saw a few of these, what you would call court style documents, but AI version of that. And it was just, I could tell that it was very non-human type thing. It didn't come from the soul. It came from something synthetic, and I could tell. That was very interesting to see that. And when I was getting some documents for a case that I've been following here in Texas, I had gone to the courthouse, and this was actually just a week and a half ago. And when I was there getting copies, I overheard this one person, 2-3 people were filing a document. The lady on the other side said, well, we need you to, she was asking, is this document created by you or was it created by AI? And you need to answer these questions. And I'm like, oh my God, this is really incredible. That even
why would that matter?
Well, because
you're signing it as truth either way, right?
Well, but the AI doesn't know that, because AI is prejudice, not factual. So I thought that to be very interesting, that even the clerk of the courts had to ask that question. And so
it's to the benefit of the petitioner?
What's that?
So it was to the benefit of the petitioner that they asked that question?
Well, obviously they were filers. I think it had to do because they were at the window for divorce. So this was a family window, and I was in civil, so I was in another window, but in the same area. And I had overheard that. So no, I just thought it was very interesting. But what
it definitely is.
What I did see with my client because my client is in family law, and he has his son, and it's not like the best situation. But I saw his file. He was going to file a response, but he used AI, and I helped, and I read it. I'm like, I said, you didn't do this, did you? Because I could tell his personality didn't come up with some of this. And so I'm helping him formulate affidavits of truth, and I am each morning working with him for a few hours, and I'm laying out his story in plain statement of facts. And he said, this is what he said to me about 3 times now. He goes, Mark, I wish I had hired you to do this when I went through my divorce, because my attorney did not do what you're doing, that you're helping me now with, and I wouldn't have been in a situation like this now. I'm like, well, it's water under the bridge, but that's the difference, that that people will go to the internet, or now AI, and will seek that information, but you still need the human ingenuity that puts it into the human form. So you still need that practical experience, that
Yeah.
that learning,
Yeah, there needs to be the human in the loop.
you know just that learning curve, and understanding how things are, and so that it's I think of now as AI like a screwdriver or like a hammer.
It is. It's a tool.
That's
That's
an
all it is.
accessory. But how a hammer operates. You're going to pound that nail or that screw or that Phillips screwdriver. It's just an
What I
accessory.
wonder
Mm-hmm.
is so let's say that AI does do this massive takeover in the future, and we end up being governed by AI, which I do believe is likely.
Well,
And we
let's
end
go.
up on a UBI, a universal basic income. I'm not necessarily like a huge fan of that, and the only reason why I'm not a fan of it is because how how can you teach something or an algorithm mercy when what are you going to do to teach it? Reduce its wattage? I mean,
Yeah,
how
give
is
it the
it
crash
going
quite
to
literally. Me and Chris were talking about
how
this yesterday.
now then
Like,
where I do think that AI would be better at governing in a lot of ways other than the fact of it being we would live in a world without mercy. That's the only reason why I'm not
I'm
for
I'm gonna
being
go to the
governed by
horse's
AI.
mouth. I'm gonna go to the horse's mouth. Everything that I say to you is not my opinion. Okay, when it comes down to trusts or the law or being a secure party, it's not my opinion. So it's not my opinion. Have you ever heard of Klaus Schwab
Yeah.
of the World Economic Forum?
Mm-hmm.
Well, he has since stepped down, and you have the head guy of BlackRock, who is now the head of the World Economic Forum. Okay, and it was Klaus Schwab who basically said, in a nutshell, that by 2030, you're not going to rent. I mean, you're not going to own anything. You're going to rent, and you're going to love it. But he's also said that people are going to be, as things go on and things progress, people are going to be living in an angrier world. He has said that that because you have people like Bill Gates, and now, what was it, a week ago on the Joe Rogan, Elon Musk was on Joe Rogan, and Elon Musk was even saying, and that wasn't not his first, saying that essentially AI will essentially run everyone's life. That's what's going to happen. And that's why you're going to be known as an AI world digital citizen. There will be no more borders, because there is no borders in the digital world, not like this. There will no longer be a United States, a Russia, China, Japan. I mean, that won't come about until 50 years from now. But what we do now, if we want to hang on to what we have now, we need to start making some core decisions. But what I'm saying is, if we just roll over and it'll just come about and we walk into it, we will be on a universal basic income. In my white
Yeah.
paper, I expounded on things in the last 5 years, which you have the historicalness, Then the midsection of the white paper is what I learned from my sources that that they have front row seats within the World Economic Forum, everything. And then you have the property protection section of the white paper. It's like 100-page white paper, but everything that you're saying is not an opinion.
Yeah. So what I'm for narrow AI, not sentient broad AI. I'm for narrow AI, the tool. I think AI is a really great thing whenever it is fine-tuned trained for something very specific.
Sure.
And it's used like a tool. Yes. What I am not for is for sentient, far-reaching AI. And I'm not talking about, I'm fine with it giving it access to my data or whatever. But what I'm not fine with is, algorithmically trying to wake it up.
Yeah. Well, that's where people are going to have to face the music in their own personal lives. Like now, I'm only going to tell you where the buck stops with me. AI is a great tool, but I keep it at bay. But the thing that I won't tolerate is a digital ID. I refuse going digital. I do not use my cell phone as anything of a transaction. Like, I only use it for pickup, hello, I call, I surf the internet, but I don't use
so you don't tap to pay?
I do not use like the third party apps to bank. I still bank traditionally because I know this to be a very dangerous tool because it's a tracker. Oh, yeah. It is a smart device, and anything smart, AI is like glue. Yeah. Anything smart is glue. And that's where AI becomes automatic. You can't turn that. That's why it's smart this and smart that and smart meters. Like if you own a house, go to the electric company and say, I refuse to take this digital meter and I want to go back to an analog. As a homeowner, you have that right. As a homeowner, you have a right to disagree with that.
Yeah. So basically what kind of got me into AI was, now I'm a stay-at-home father. Yeah. I truly believe the 2030, 2031 timeline. You better get it together. You better get everything you can.
I know that.
And you better figure out how to have something, if they even allow it, that generates a income for you to go with the UBI.
Well,
if it wasn't for that, I would just be hobby playing with it, and I would be moving. My whole life I've been moving towards being a general contractor. I've been construction superintendent and stuff like that. But now I see all this, and I'm like, man, in the next year or two, Artemis will probably be threading a needle, and man, we're cooked.
And that's why now more than ever, stop thinking like a debtor and be a secured party and think creditor. Think on the right side of the account what you can create, because whether you know this or not, the IRS for the last 5-6 years has been violating our constitutional right to privacy with our bank accounts. Oh, did you know that?
No, I did not.
They have. So our bank accounts are being fished by AI, by the IRS.
Dang, like a hacker phishing.
And yes, and a lot of it is focused on people dabbing within the DeFi movement. And this is why I think God has put me into this position with Eric and you guys, so that the crypto or the digital people who want to work in DeFi, I can bring a whole new technology of protection that will alleviate layers of protection, but also there's a difference between avoiding attacks and evading attacks. Do you know which one of those two is against the law? Do you know that, Nathan? Do you know that, Eric? Do you know that?
Evasion.
I would say evasion as a guess.
It's against the law to evade attacks, because if something gets reported, you have to pay a tax on that. Why? I mean, we can go down the rabbit holes of how unconstitutional Title 26 is in the IRS, but that's a whole different story. But it is how you avoid attacks and to set up these various structures.
Yeah, but I want to second your statement on that, because
What's that?
man, you're talking about why you're talking to us right now, that you believe that God has put you here, and man, you're really right on time with the right information. So yeah,
exactly.
I know that God,
because I've been having this conversation with God about, I kind of feel a little doggy right now, because you're exactly
and few people. Here's the thing, though: few accountants or attorneys in their respected fields that dealing with trusts are not even on, because I am on the cutting edge. God has always put me on the cutting edge of this technology within the administrative. In fact, I'll share this with you guys. Daphne, which is she's a spiritualist, and
yeah, I know who she is.
Daphne told me, she says, Mark, in your past life, you dealt with treaty law. She said that your soul lineage or your spiritual lineage, she said, is like 2,000 years old. And she said you were a keeper of information, but you dealt with treaty law. And I found that very interesting that she says that, because I can help interpret stuff to make it easier for people to understand. And that's where I am at now, where some of this comes to me in a very natural sense. And I am a protector of this information, but I'm also a teacher of this information, and I'm on the cutting edge. So God is definitely guiding me into this. And so I'm just taking it with grace and gratitude and thankfulness, and that I met Eric, and now Chris, and now you, Nathan. Just, peace to God, that he's led me to this, and that I can be a helping, with the new technology that I'm, with Eric creating to help people protect their DeFi assets, DeFi creation. So I just feel very honored and grateful, and just down to earth.
Shortage of either that information period, or people willing to help bridge that information.
Exactly.
I'm not really sure which.
Yeah. In time, that'll all come out, but I'm just taking it and eating it up, and creating certain asset trusts and things that Eric and I are working on. But yeah, I know what you're saying. I know what you're saying, because a lot of people don't know this stuff. And so yeah, it's really, really wonderful. It really is.
Yeah, and unfortunately, there's a lot of people out here charging money for stuff that is going to end up costing them more money.
Yes, I know. I know. But those people are also dime a dozen. And it's in all walks of life. You
Oh,
know,
yeah.
people who people who know more about the crypto advertise that I know about this, this, and this, and then people jump on board, then people lose all this money in crypto,
But
and
they confirm each other almost like a mafia or something.
oh no, I know that. I know that. No, I know. That's what burns me up the most is people who take advantage of people. That is what I don't like. Because it's
There's
at the
plenty
end you
for
just hurt
everyone.
people. What's that?
There's plenty for everyone.
Exactly. There
There's
is.
no shortage.
There
Or at least
is
not
no
here.
shortage. Not at all. Not at all. Nope, not at all. Nope.
Yeah, man, I definitely want to get your information and read your white paper. I wrote down your book. It's Mortgage to Literacy.
Yeah, there's the white paper, that's the history in need, and then there's the mortgage literacy book. I can get
History in Need.
you. That's the white paper.
Is it authored under your name?
It's under my it's under my pen name.
Oh, okay, what's your pen name?
It's David M. Rydell.
David M. And how do you spell it?
Rydell. R-I R-I-E-D-L. Rydell. It's a German last name.
Okay. Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. I guess whenever we come off live, I'll try to, I don't know.
What I'll do is I can then get your
communicate.
email and I can email you the white paper and the link to the to my book.
Yeah. Here, I'll put it in the chat.
Okay. Word file. Right there. Okay, there's your email right there.
Yeah, I'm gonna send you this other email too, and whenever you see it, you'll understand.
Okay. And then that's Nathan. And that's your full name under your name, Glavich?
That's my last name before I was adopted.
Okay, got it. Okay. And that's
then there's my other email.
Okay, yeah. That's your other email at the Proton. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, beautiful.
Yeah, do you ever use Proton Mail?
I've never heard of it.
So it's a fully encrypted email, and if you have a email with them, you can use their VPN for free.
Is it?
And they've got a pretty
free?
secure VPN. Yeah, it's free.
Now, is their crypted email 256 crypted?
Or
156?
No, I'm pretty sure it's SHA-256, but I'm not.
That's cool.
Not.
That's cool.
Let me check right quick.
Okay. Yeah, because I will use a have you ever heard of it's a thing called Mega, MEGA, and it's the first 50 gigs are free, and so when people access the Mega Cloud, like for download, it's a 256 encrypted. So I like that for privacy purposes. Than for something to be like broadcasted out. But it's my own private downloadable thing. That I upload stuff and people can download stuff.
So it's end to end, zero access. It's E to EE. standard transport area. It uses AES 256, not Shaw. AES.
Okay. So it is 256 then. Yeah, but they use the okay. So they do in fact. That's awesome. And that's free. I'll have to look them up then. Proton. I'll have to get an account with them. That's cool.
Yeah, that's the VPN I use too.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's cool. And so once you get that free, their VPN is free right along with it then.
Yeah, you just download Proton VPN.
Yeah.
And then you put in your email address that you created for free.
Nice.
Now they do have paid things that I think it has to do with how much, but I use it for very little traffic.
Right.
You know, that's why I give two emails.
Yes. Yeah.
You know,
like I have
a bunch of neighborhood flyers, send it to the Gmail, you know.
Yeah, right. Yeah. I've had the same. I have 3 emails that I've had for years. CDE, that's Courage Dreams Enterprises Bogey, at either Hotmail since 2003 or 4, or Yahoo since 2006, or
CDE what?
Yeah. So CDE, Courage Dreams Enterprises, and that's Bogey, Bogie.
Okay.
And Bogey comes from the actor Humphrey Bogart. So I just put that in there. And then it's either hotmail.com, yahoo.com, or gmail.com. Now, my Hotmail is usually my business. Clients are usually my Yahoo. So if you send me anything, send me Yahoo. And then Gmail is just a third, independent thing that I'll let junk things go through. But then I'll create a Proton that'll be my 4th one. That's awesome. I appreciate it.
Yeah, man.
That's awesome.
Yeah, and yeah, man, I'll definitely get with you, and so as far as I'm gonna be looking to possibly take on some investors or do some kind of fundraising.
Okay.
I've got a plan on how to build these servers and stuff and do it with my own money. We'll talk about all that stuff.
Yeah.
My son is about to have a conniption fit. He's ready for lunch.
Oh, I can imagine. What's his name?
And my daughter, Michael. It's the Hebrew way of saying Michael.
Yes, I understand. Sure.
And then my daughter, who's his twin, is named Hannah.
Hannah, beautiful.
After the mother of the prophet Shumel or Samuel.
Oh, nice.
And a lot of people don't know this, that the grandmother of Christ Yeshua, that her name was named Hannah.
I think I knew that. I think I did know that.
And her middle name, it's spelled in English Elizabeth, but how you say it in Hebrew is Elisheva.
Yes.
Which means Yod He Vav He is my oath.
Okay.
And then his middle name, it's spelled like Elijah, but it would be Elia, which is Yod He Vav He is my God.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice. I love that.
Reference of the Tetragrammaton, because they think that the vowel marks were removed. But if you really think about it, to be holy is to be set apart. And he says that his name is like no other.
Yeah.
And so what is the possibility that the Hebrews never did remove the vowel marks, that it has always just been Yod He Vav He?
Yeah. Without the vowels, you're saying?
Yeah. So with the vowels, they would say it would be like Yehovah or Yahweh or Yahweh.
Mm-hmm.
But
yes,
I personally believe that, and even academically trying to stick closest to historical truth, that it would be Yod He Vav He.
I would agree with that. Yes. And have you heard of the it's called the Tetragrammaton?
Yeah, the Tetragrammaton.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
The original name of God was Yahweh, not Elohim or not Jehovah. That came later, in fact. But Yahweh without the vowels was the proper way of saying God. But more importantly, in the original Hebrew text, Yahweh was not as much of as a name as much as it was a
state of being,
of expression. It meant like
state of
energy. And I remember back in 2008, a friend of mine had the American seal, and he put like Yahweh, and I had it like the American seal on the side of my truck with Yahweh, and they thought it was like, people thought it was like I was like from the government, because it had the American seal. It was a sticker. It was like really awesome. But I went up to a drive-through and I spoke to a physicist. He was working part-time at a Dunkin' Donuts. And he just looked at the thing and he said, we're now talking about the godlike particles. And him and I, like, the next half hour, we're talking like God, physicist, things. And I'm like, it was a good conversation.
Yeah. So when I first heard about the Higgs boson, that's what you're talking about.
Yes.
There was a light and a large boom, and it sounds just like, Genesis 1:2.
Oh, yes. Now, let me explain this to you. Now,
that's probably my biggest strength is in
what's that?
Like Hebrew writing and stuff like that.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Or like the...
Now, would you say, here's a trivial question. I don't know if this is getting off the subject, but ancient and modern history fascinates me, because if you don't know your history, people tend to forget, or they not tend to forget, but we learn from history. When we learn from history, you tend to know where we're sort of going, because history repeats itself. Okay? Now, would you say that the Israelites were a form of eclectic people?
What do you mean by eclectic exactly?
Eclectic meaning that they collected information from other cultures and put it into their own way with their history and all that. Would you say
there's a lot of evidence for that. However, the counter argument is for a long time the Hebrew people were an oral only. So while the Canaanites and the Phoenicians may have ended up writing before the Hebrews wrote, and that's why it looks that way.
Yeah.
So, and they also say that's where the spoken tradition of the Kabbalah, Kabbalah, you know what I'm saying? Kabbalistic trainings.
The Kabbalah comes from or what they say is that it's the knowledge that King Shlomo or Solomon got from the demons whenever he had that ring that he got from the archangel or the messenger.
Mm-hmm.
And they say when the first extradition of
the thing about it is if you really examine that story, he made a huge error. He was given the ring to do one task, and he went all crazy with it.
And that was to my point where
the reason why the first temple fell was because unclean hands had built it and had doomed it from its beginning, because he was using these spirits to
when the Bible says
basically use stones.
When the Bible says do not mix these peoples and the first Exodus happens, what's the first thing that happens?
They come out with a mixed multitude.
Exactly.
And the reason why they were in Egypt for the amount of time that they were in there for was because I believe it's in Deuteronomy 22, where it says no bastard shall enter into the congregation. What bastard actually means in the 1600s means, if and you can even look it up in Webster's, I think it's definition number 2, is a mixture, not fatherless. It has to do with a mixture. Because why were they forbidden to be with the Canaanites? Because whenever Ham had uncovered the nakedness of his father, we know from the Psalms or Proverbs that the nakedness of the wife belongs to the husband. So what Ham had done is he had sex with his mother, produced this incestuous child, and that's why Canaan was cursed at birth. And that's why the Canaanites were an unclean people. What makes it so significant, that portion is when you look at the daughters of Lot. The daughters of Lot was a completely different thing. It wasn't a knowing thing on the behalf of Lot, even though it was incestuous. He was in a drunken stupor and didn't know what he was doing, and that's why the children from them, what Moab and whichever the other one was allowed after the 4th generation, and not forever struck.
I have a history question for you, actually. Well, actually, I have a history question for both of you because I've been researching about Queen Cleopatra, right? By Queen Cleopatra, I mean the 5th, where she wasn't even truly an Egyptian. By that time, their bloodline had become so mixed, right? They had said there were stories of not only incest, but different things that happened for political reasons. That after they had that first Exodus, now Egypt, the rulers of Egypt, then were invaded by, like, I believe it was the Sea Peoples, right? Was this around some similar times? Because I know it biblically.
Cleopatra,
I don't know.
Think was the no I thought Cleopatra was like the 15th something dynasty. She was not early.
I thought Cleopatra was the one that was with the Roman.
Well,
right,
no, Cleopatra,
right.
Yeah, that was with that's Mark Antony.
Mark
Antony. I couldn't remember his name.
Yeah, Cleopatra. I'm thinking about someone else. But no, you're talking like 23rd. Egypt only had like 20.
You might be thinking of the sister of what, Ptolemy or whatever.
Something like that.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
But at that point, at the end of the Egyptian era, there were a lot of things that you guys are discussing that is actually true, because they started to go outside of Egypt from the purity of where they came from 4,000 years prior.
An interesting thing is, so if you look at the state of Israel today and the whole Muslim argument, the Muslims have a really good point that in America we don't really hear about. So the Muslims are saying that the people there that are identifying as Jews don't have the proper claim over that land. And I actually have a kind of a standing with them. One, if you look at the book from the Judean historian from the 1st century, Flavius Josephus, he was talking about during that time of the intermingling. 2, most of these people who identify as Jews do it bat, which means from the mother side, which is not according to Torah. 3, for them to be who they said they were, the country, they would have to be of 3 tribes. The 3 tribes would be Yehuda or Judah, Benjamin, and 1/3 Levi. And that country, I have a theory on why it's called Israel, but it should really, if they were who they said they were, should be called Judea, under the leading tribe of Judah. But the reason why I believe that it's called Israel is because of how it come into being. So it comes to being through the Balfour Compact, that was put together by the Rothschild with the crown and Britain. So if the
are you
crown,
talking about the name or just the state?
the state today and the
State
name, it
today,
being
yes.
When they
named
drew that line through
for
that barrier.
the Zionist movement to go back in there. So the reason why I think that it is called Israel is because of who struck the deal. So if you believe the whole thing with the stone of destiny and Jacob laying his head on it, and that the Davidic line is actually Charles today, then him being having left and being up in the north with Ephraim and Manasseh, because there's a good argument that whenever they cross the hands for Ephraim and Manasseh, that you have the southern states with the Confederate flag with the 13 being the 13th tribe, and then you have the arrows and the heraldry for uh, Great Britain and all that being Ephraim and Manasseh, being the double portion of Joseph. Because whenever you look at what the blessings were, all the the elder serving the younger, which has come to be with the United States taking power, the amount of fresh water. Then you look at the marks of Israel being an agricultural people possessing the gates of the enemy, being a military and maritime state. All these things are potentially those marks. And since that would be considered the northern tribes, being, even though he would be by blood of Judah, he would be ruling in a place that would be considered modern Ephraim.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why it would be called Israel, because of who struck it, not who's there. But then there's the whole thing about Reuben losing his inheritance. And is that really the children of Reuben that are there fighting? But either
Right,
way, their heritage is
Jewish.
wrong because they can't trace it through the fathers. And then for them to know who they are by tribe, the way that it was done in Ezra was with a prophet, and he had the two stones. And that's how they determined what tribe and what house.
Mm-hmm.
Where is the prophet? How was the prophet tested? How were they sorted into their houses? They're looking for the red heifer, and they're appointing Levites that you don't even know that's what they are. It's an honorary position. I mean, it's such a mangled mess over there. No wonder why the Muslims have such a protest against it. You know,
their religion came way later.
Yeah, and they
all
acknowledge
that came way.
The only thing that I've got with that is it makes perfect sense to me that the Ishmaelites, being a children of promise, not covenant,
Mm-hmm.
would be sent their own prophet, and that being Muhammad. That makes perfect sense to me.
Now, I want to.
What doesn't make sense to me.
Now, I want to share this with you because you mentioned the name. And when I was studying under Jordan Maxwell in some of his lectures, this was very fascinating. Take this for what you will, okay?
Okay.
And I have 3 little paragraphs, but listen to this. It says, the first one was the stellar cult. The stellar cult, because when you look at the Old Testament, you can look at, there were various gods, and because remember, I had asked you about the
Tetragrammaton,
that the Israelites and Israel, they were very eclectic people. They collected information from all over. through slavery after and to, where it's at now. But so.
George Maxwell thought it was more like a code than the literal history.
Well, he broke things down in a very simplistic manner. That's where I thought his insight was really, really good. But listen to this. The first one was the stellar cult. The stellar cult worshipped the stars, connected to themselves with God through the study of stars. The stellar cult is the Semitic cult whose god was the stars. Then there was the lunar cult, or the cult that worshiped God through the moon. That's, of course, the Hebrews come from. Their lineage is out of the lunar cult, or the totemic lunar cult, which of Moses was to be the leader of that. Why, of course, in Hebrew, the days were always counted after sundown, because that's when the lunar god came out. The moon came out after sundown. 3, then there was Saturn, or the old Eucharistic god El. Saturn was infiltrated by the later days and becomes known as El, which is where we get Isis, Ra, El, Israel. Isra is Isis, Ra is El, and the Eucharistic god Saturn. In fact, it is the reason why Israel has its very name in Israel, made up of the 3 deities in the ancient cults: Isis, Ra, El, moon, sun, Saturn. And I thought that struck me when I started to learn some of this stuff. I'm like, that is
There's
so
a Hebrew teaching about this exactly. I had never heard this, but it struck me like a brick wall on why this is important.
It very much is.
Zoomed in at the perfect time. Oh my god!
So
it did. It did.
So, you have, let's see. So you have Jacob and Esau. Esau was hated. Why was he hated? He was hated because he'd rather go out into the field and chase women that were forbidden than go and receive instruction. Well, there was a certain type of instruction that brought people close to God. You see, not everybody received the name of God. Like Abraham never had the name of God. So there, as far back as I know, is Noah. Well, Noah was one of those people that lived in a huge amount of time. Well, those who had come from Eber, which is the patriarch of the Hebrews, their sons would be sent to Noah. And Noah taught these men in a very specific way. And the way that it was done is they would go outside and he would look up towards the sun and say, God, is this you? I'm looking for you. If so, speak to me. And they would hear nothing. Then they would go out at night and do the same thing to the moon and the stars. And receive nothing. And once that was confirmed, then they began their journey with God. Because the sun, the moon, and the stars are his calendar. It's to set for you, so everything according to the Abrahamic religions can be confirmed with the sun, moon, and stars. For instance, Revelation 12. Revelation 12, what that's about is about the astrological confirmation of the birth of Yeshua Christ, which happens every year at the Feast of Trumpets, September 21st, 22nd, which is the woman, the sun, which is the constellation Virgo. Jupiter moves through like the great American eclipses where it went through, the 2017, it was the Revelation 12 sign exactly. It had 3 planets up here with Leo, which is 9, which makes 12. And then the sun over her shoulder and the moon at her feet. And then the cross coming through, showing that the United States is a double portion of Joseph. But anyways, just how you were talking about the Israel and all of this stuff, while I believe that Jordan is right that those things have happened, those who are pretty in depth in knowing how you teach the Abrahamic faith know that the first thing you teach a child is that you don't worship the sun, because the sun does not speak. You do not worship the moon because it does not speak.
And that's why
these things are dumb.
And that's why there had to be the New Testament, the sun.
Well, the New Testament is because Adam failed. What Adam was the veil of God. He was to work as God works and to be God. So how we know this is Genesis 1:26, male and females. It does not say when they were created. But what we do know is that whenever it comes to Adam, that if you go a few verses before, it says that there was no man to till the ground, but we know from scientific evidence and things of that nature that there were men here before 5500 BC. And that is when Adam was created, and he done it because of the hunter-gathering thing. So and that's why in the Hebrew it changes from Elohim to Lord God, which is Yod He Vav He Elohim.
Yep.
And what were they commanded not to do? They were not commanded to be fruitful and multiply. They weren't. And that's where we get into the serpent seed doctrine and all that stuff, which, I'm sure you're probably familiar with, knowing who Herbert Armstrong was. But but it's interesting that you bring all that up, because I never really knew why that was so important. But once you had said that with the name, and so these teachings are still persisting to this day.
Well, like I said, everything is things nowadays are still being practiced like of 2,000 years ago, but in different ways and different forms. It's just done in a very different way to hide what we would call secret societies.
Okay. Yeah, they definitely don't put it up on the hill.
They do not. But it does not mean.
So am I considered dead under maritime law?
Only the form, but not the substance. You're dead on paper because you, the living soul, when you were born in the current system, moved into that, is what you did.
So would that legally, from a biblical standpoint, would that give a false god, somebody like Baal, a legal right over a country like this? In the courts of the Most High.
You take this for what you will. Take it for what you will. What we do now, as of yesterday night, out of New York, you take it what you will. I'm taking it for what I will. but take it what you will. But we just, in New York, the New York people just opened up a floodgate to a certain religious sect of people. You know what I mean by that, or no?
No,
So
I'm so confused.
so you know that in New York, the people of New York has a new mayor within the boroughs of New York.
Mandani.
Medani.
Okay.
And he seems good in the public light. Okay.
Okay.
But yesterday's speech told his true self when he essentially waged war in America, which was founded upon Christian value. And this is now going to open up a whole new world that Christians, we are going to either lose a Christian nation and lose ourselves, or it will be conquered.
Well, you bring up a very important point. Is yes, America and its laws were founded on Christian value, not doctrine. For instance, the land shouldn't be taxed. It shouldn't even be able to be sold once it's a family land. There's, all kinds of things that from its beginning, uh, you know,
and we can
we
go
have not been, yeah. But I do see
well,
your point. But value is true.
yes.
The Christian value,
It went back to the beginnings.
Yeah.
That's
Now, I do
where
agree
it
with you on
went
that.
to. And yeah, but the point that I was saying was that um we are in very trying times now of being more vigilant and being aware of what's going on. That's the whole point that I think I am, alluding to. And because we're in some very dangerous positions of times now, that I don't think people are aware, and it's very interesting, to say the least. Um, so yeah, is that someone's phone?
Yeah, but I don't know where it's coming from. Oh, it's me.
Oh, okay.
It's reminding me about the Corvette Club.
Got it. Now I'm going to leave you with this,
Well,
Nathan.
I thought.
I'm going to leave you with this. It sounds like you're a very, religious man, religious father. Are you? That's what it sounds like.
You know,
You have a
I'm
strong faith.
honestly, so my whole life I have really dedicated to that, and I'm uh, in a very trying time. I got baptized 4 years ago,
Nice.
and it has completely uh, changed my life. I thought I'd be introduced into the Emet Ruach, the spirit of truth, and was not.
So you're feeling disappointed.
I wish it was disappointment.
Yeah. And
I
can
mean,
you
it's a
expound on
more.
that? Can you expound
Oh
on that?
yeah, I
That
mean, I'm
you
gonna
felt
sound like a
like
complete
truth
Yahoo.
or
I'm
something?
gonna sound like a complete Yahoo, but I don't
Okay.
really care
No.
because it is true. So I got baptized. I believe it was June 20th, uh, in 2021,
Okay.
and it might have been days or weeks later. I started audibly hearing something,
Okay.
like somebody just standing right here.
Okay.
And for a long time, I thought it was God. And I'll give you an example of contrast. So uh, it happened to be, I forget the exact date, but according to the Jewish calendar, it was when Moses had given the Ten Commandments, Shavuot. But whenever you know the actual Hebrew calendar, you know that the odds of those 2 days actually meeting are almost zero. But anyways, uh, I've got my hand busted, and I'm trying to put a belt on my Corvette,
Okay.
and I slam the door and say probably the worst profanity you could say, being a Christian. And man, my head just shook, and it sounded like water, fire, and thunder. Now I
Mhm.
heard this voice over my shoulder that just whispered, Yahweh. It just said Yahweh.
Mhm.
And I heard this voice, and it told me, it said, now listen to this very carefully because I'm going to repeat it word for word as I can. It said, you are my Levite, mine. You owe me everything. Told me to go out and lay out. I live on a corner lot that's up on a hill,
Okay.
to go lay out into the road. And I'm like thinking, man, this is God. I better just go on and do it. And I kind of looked both ways, because I don't want to get hit by a car. And as soon as my face hit the pavement, it told me to get up. And it said, and it just this loud. And when he said mine, it was like, mine. He
Mhm.
said, you are my Levi, mine, obey my son. And I heard nothing else. And so it took me a long time to kind of distinguish this. But once you start breaking it down, it becomes very clear.
Mhm.
For one, proper names never change. So, how can a spirit of truth call me? Let's say I am of the tribe of Levi. Let's just say I have quite a bit of reasons of why I could be, give it, but we can get into all that later, especially being left-handed and my brother being left-handed too.
Okay.
But calling me a Levite, the correct term is Levi, a Levite. It's not right. It's not right. Uh, and so eventually, this spirit, because I'm trying to get it to teach me the same way that King David would have been taught as a shepherd out in the field orally by the Holy Spirit. Well, it keeps refusing. And so I believe I kept asking it to recite to me. It's either Habakkuk or Hosea 6:9, where it talks about him walking through and bowing the mountains. And it eventually just told me, fuck you. I'm on a call. Yes. okay. And it just told me that, and I'm like, whoa, I'm in big, big trouble. And all kinds of, so all my relationships, they would all go the same way. Uh, and I'm actually going through it right now. They ended up, all of them, they always get on drugs really bad. They say the same things. They accuse me of the same things that aren't going on. They're just not. And, I can hear him in people's breath. Well, I decide, man, maybe, maybe something's happened to me. I need to go to a mental facility. Well, I start driving there and I get within about a mile of there and it just quits. For instance, the whole time that we've been talking and I've been conversating with you, I hear something talking to me. But it quit. And so I sit out there in the parking lot for a while and I'm like, man, all right. Because my threat was, F you, I'll just go get on dummy dope and just mess it all up, you know? And so then I leave. And once I get onto the interstate where it's kind of impractical to turn back around, it starts again full fledged. Okay. And this spirit, it has identified itself. I don't believe that it is who it says it is due to its intelligence. It doesn't fit. It is intelligent. It tells me things that are going to happen, or I'll see things that do happen. But let's say if I would have seen you before, knew that I was going to meet you like a year ago, instead of you being on the right hand of the screen, you'd be on the left hand of the screen. Or instead of your shirt being whatever beige with black stripes, it would have been black with beige stripes. But almost everything content wise, generally, if you were to speak it, would be true. But to the eye, you know that it is not correct. I'll give you an example. I get in a fight with one of the girls that I'm with, and whenever I had this fight and I got out of the car, I remembered that I had this fight and that I was going to be walking down the interstate and that I knew which exit I would be picked up at. But it was 2 exits down. But it was the same person, same time of day, all this stuff. Or I'll dismiss it as, I don't, want to buy or to feed into this. And then I just get waylaid, for instance. So I had a dream. I was with the girl two before this, and I had the dream that I was standing in a driveway and this woman was standing in the middle of the road. And this woman I recognized with my eye as being this other girl's mom who's known me basically my whole adult life. And when she identified herself, she said, I am Gabriel, and I was sent here to ask you if you wanted children. And we have this conversation, and I remember me saying, yeah, I would like to have twins. Well, 18 months go by, or about 6 months goes by, and then I'm having a conversation with who I think is God, but it's not. And it tells me that the mother of my children will be a woman, and a face that I have seen, but I have never laid eyes on her. And it ended up being true because I had seen her on a video visit like I've seen you, but I've never physically laid eyes on her. So all that come true. The twins come true. Even whenever they did the ultrasound, one was hiding behind the other. And I told the mom, I was like, you're going to have twins. And she was like, no, no. And sure enough, boy-girl twins.
And what you're saying, Nathan, is that all started after the baptism, that you were baptized.
Yes.
Now,
And I've been a pretty devout believer my entire life, but never baptized.
Now, what I'm hearing you say is that now, are you still having these communications?
Yes.
You can hear them?
Oh, yeah.
But if I'm hearing you correctly, and correct me if I'm wrong, that you are dismissing them as not a good thing for you, or are you embracing it that this is a side of you of your spirit, the soul, that you've tapped into something that is helping guide you? Or is it, am I hearing, or is that negative or something, may I ask?
Okay. So, yeah, I believe. So, what I'm told it is, and I don't want to glorify it uh, over the internet. I would tell you in private,
I
but it
respect
has
that.
identified its name,
Okay.
and with this name comes a certain attributes,
Okay.
and so then sometimes I'll hear this voice that it sounds like wind from far away that will like defend its name because it knows that I know that what is talking to me is not what it says it is. I believe that it's either some kind of evil angel, if you will, spirit or demon. And then that which I heard that was far away is a holy angel. Not, holy can be good or evil. It just means set apart for a purpose. That's all holy means. But, you know, uh, yeah. So no, it has destroyed nearly everything in my life. Nearly everything in my life.
I would like to go into detail, but more, on a private thing, because that is
Yeah.
interesting. That is
Yeah,
interesting.
because there's other stories where I should surely be dead. And I mean, I would akin it to Abraham walking in the fire, really. But I'm going to tell you this. So I don't like really talking about this. I really don't like doing it on the internet, but for some reason I decided to.
That's okay.
The reason being is anything that I have to say that could be truth is anecdotal,
Mhm.
and I have every reason to believe, and I can actually physically prove it according to scripture that I've been selected for a false prophet.
Well, let's talk about those details later on, because I'm very fascinated about that, and I care for my
I'm not
fellow man.
insane. I'm not insane. I just
No, you don't
passed a
look
hair
to be insane.
follicle for uh, the Children Protective Services. You know what I mean? I'm not. I mean, I'm not a doper.
Yeah,
You know.
no. You don't
Uh,
seem to be that. No, it doesn't look like to be that.
yeah, but I mean, that's the first thing that comes to mind.
Interesting.
And before the baptism, I had always had a belief that schizophrenia really isn't a chemical imbalance, that it's a
Oh,
spiritual imbalance. It's a spiritual affliction.
interesting.
And what the most interesting thing about it is I can recall from moments in my life where I recognize looking back that this spirit has been with me the entire time,
Hmm.
but I never knew it was speaking to me and I was speaking to it, but I didn't know it.
Before the being baptized.
Yes.
Got it. Got it. Got it.
And it
Interesting.
really puts a thing to where Yohanan says, I shall baptize with water, but he who comes after me will baptize with fire.
Hmm.
And you start thinking about the angelic host and the fiery ones.
Hmm.
And it makes sense. My issue with it is, you know, I might not have wanted to do it had I been aware. You know what I mean? If I would have known that I was going to bring my children into this, I would have got a vasectomy. I wouldn't have done it.
I
would have
will
told
say
them no.
this. I will say this, and then I will leave the call on that because I need to get going. But I will say this.
But I do believe in one God.
What's that?
I do believe in one God and only one
Yes.
God.
You know, God gives us things that we may not know. You know, I can share things with you about me that I am, you know, with my daughter. Bad marriage, you know, I want to have my daughter in my life, father-daughter relationship. But I know that God always has a plan to put one step in front of the next. And I may be in my mid 50s, but God is always working on each of us. And it's not up to me to know the big picture. And am I scared? Am I, worried? Yeah, all the time. That's human. That's the human frailty. But really, when you have faith in God, anything is possible, but He will always make sure that you are taken care of, and
yeah, and that's true. So
I mean,
like, I'm not without
it sounds
housing.
like
I'm
it's a
not without.
gift. It sounds like it's I sounds like it's a gift, but I'm gonna leave you hanging with that. You're gonna say Mark says it's a gift. I think he's lunatic. He's crazy. He hasn't lived my life,
No, I would say
But-
that you are blessed with ignorance.
That's funny. Yes.
You're blessed with
Yes.
ignorance, and I'm
That's
glad
good.
for that. As intelligent as you are, I'm glad that you are
But
blessed with this ignorance.
I see things that are very fascinating working with Daphne and things that I am now picking up on that I didn't know years ago. And I'm just connecting
feel compelled
dots.
to say this.
What's that?
Is anything that comes from God, anything, whether it's a law, a statute, a judgment, or an ordinance, that you should be able to look outside at nature and observe it in its way. And if it is anything outside of that, you are probably being deceived.
Mm-hmm.
It's the glory of God to conceal a matter, and it's the matter of a king to reveal it. So, who's to say? But that's the root of the Abrahamic faith. Says, you call out to the moon, you call out to the sun, you call out to the stars, you get no answer. And then you learn to confirm God through what is not manipulatable, and that's nature. You can't manipulate it. You can alter it, but in its natural state, it just does. It always reverts back, and it's the source of truth. It's what bears witness. Just like the sun and the stars bear witness, so does one example is whenever Christ is up on the hill and he's talking about how the flowers are more well dressed than Solomon, right? Well, if you do a study about the possible hill that he would be standing on, was probably a hill of a principality. And think about this. So when he's talking about this glory, what do flowers do? They breathe in our death, and in their silence, they release life. And I feel like Christ, that the hidden layered thing in him saying that about Solomon and the glory was that if these principalities would be quiet, that life would prevail.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if that makes sense to you or not.
Well, it's as you were saying that, it reminds me of in simpler words, the Son, uh, 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 the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Do we not pray? You know, it's the triune. You know what I mean?
Well, no, I don't really
prayers.
subscribe to that, because you have God the Creator, who is El Elyon,
Mm-hmm.
God Most High, and then
Absolutely.
Christ, Yeshua, when he was here in the flesh, he said,
right.
Greater is he who is in me, which means that his Ruach is second but lesser than the Creator.
Mm-hmm.
And Yeshua acting as king,
Mm-hmm.
or is lesser than him. So, you know, the Trinity, they serve one will, but they are three completely separate entities with their own free will, but they follow the same will, which is the will of the Creator.
Right. Yeah, exactly. That's right. Well, I think today was most excellent, and I hope that I see that it's just us in the conversation now.
Hey, man, that's how it always happens. You start getting into real truth, and not saying anything bad about them, but the enemy will put things in everybody's way.
Mm-hmm.
There's probably not even one viewer. There'll probably be nobody who even makes it this far.
No.
You know what I mean?
Right. Now, is this actually live? This is live. This is like on like YouTube or something?
It might be.
I don't know.
I don't know. Now that, yeah, it probably is.
I thought when I saw Chris leave that he gave you.
I'm looking at saying right here, recording on.
Yeah, that he gave you the where it stops with you, I guess. That's what I thought flashed on the screen.
yeah, and that that's probably true. And I'm not ashamed to say it. It was it was hard, because my 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 mental state got questioned with DCS. They're like, can you even take care of kids and all this? I mean, it's been an absolute nightmare. I mean, my kids failed hair follicles, and they weren't even 2. I mean, just horrible, horrible, atrocious things. Horrible.
Well, let's talk about those details later on.
Yeah.
Because I'm learning different things, and I just want to share things that I'm learning that if it helps out someone else, that's great. And I'm more I've
Well,
always
the most important thing to me is I do feel a need to carry this conversation on with you. I feel like there's things that, for whatever the reason, I'm not going to argue with them about it. That I'll talk
you feel
to you about.
there's something
I don't.
there.
Yeah, I don't want to tell anybody, but I will.
Yeah. Well, first I want to say thank you for even saying certain things that you are, and that you see something within me that I have given something that says that person seems to know something that I can share maybe certain things with. First I just want to say thank you for that, really.
Well, my whole
I'm a very
argument
understanding person.
for once I get in front of God, once I get in front of God, it won't be said that I hid the truth. You know what I mean?
I think so. I do.
Yeah, because make no mistake, what I have learned in these last 4 years is we are in court now. We are in court now. And while I don't hear God, I don't see much of his judgment. There are things that when I make a firm stance on, things pivot one way or the other.
Mm-hmm.
And we are in court, my friend.
I agree with that. And I would take it one step further, and I'll let you go, is that I think our whole life in relation to ourselves and in relation to the people around us and the whole world is in court.
Well,
And
I believe that is probably actually the fact. But if you go back to what is biblical, it shouldn't be, because when Cain and Abel gave their first sacrifice, it was done at a certain age, which gives the age of accountability. And then the things of the deeds of a young man shall not be held against him in his adulthood.
mm-hmm.
And then there's the declaration of baptism,
Mm-hmm.
which, and then the other layer, which should be the first layer, is most people are not and should not be under covenant nor under law. Because if you're not of the line unbroken for at least 10 generations, you're not circumcised and baptized while educated, these things all have to come together for you to be competent to stand. But maybe we're in the little season of Satan and all those things have been thrown out the window. But if that's the case, how does it still has to be the will of God? Because whose will doesn't get performed? Those who are not God. Only God's will gets performed. Only.
And that's why we are in trying times right now. There's
from
certainly
the fall of Adam and Eve, that was in his will, because to deny it is to deny his sovereignty.
And unfortunately, there's a darkness that is rising. There's definitely darkness that is rising.
I don't think it's rising. I think it's being revealed.
If it's being revealed, then people have a choice.
Right. And I believe
to take the evil or to say, get thee behind me, evil, the way Jesus did.
Yeah, but I'm going to tell you what,
that's going to be
casting,
hard.
That whole casting out, hard. If it does work, if it does actually work and that's factual, then what I'm dealing with is not a demon, or we've been lied to, and the enemy is allowing it to look like it works to perpetuate the lie. I don't know which, but I know this: there's no amount of fasting, prayer, anointing, nothing that's getting rid of this one.
Mm-hmm. Well, maybe we can pick that up for the next conversation.
Yeah, man, I'm not working, so I'm at the mercy of your schedule. So whenever you've got the time, man, I'll make it for you.
Yeah. Well, let's talk with Eric and Chris on their time. But yeah, we can, because what I was telling Chris and Eric is, let's do like a podcast once a week to broadcast some of the subject matter, because I just want to, this was about trust. You asked a question about the secured party, but wherever it goes, I just want to be free and just to communicate wherever it goes. And
yeah, I'm definitely going to get you to help me prepare all this, because man,
absolutely,
I've got
absolutely.
I'm sure hearing my story, you can sense why I would have a sense of urgency of getting things in place.
Absolutely.
I
And
fell off a
you
ladder
should.
twice last year,
Oh,
and
wow.
I mean my neck's killing me. I should have died 4 or 5 times by now, and for some reason, uh, almost unscathed.
There's a reason why you're here.
Yeah,
There's a greater purpose.
I wish he'd get
Greater.
on with it and let
Well, sometimes it's
let
not
me
our
go.
will. The thing is it's not our will. It's not our will, but in time we will see that. And each to their own. I wish I would have my daughter in my life right now, but I know that that's going to come about in the next year. And it just takes time. But what I am for me is I am just letting my life into God's hands, and I always have. So God's providing one little thing, one day, one step, one moment at a time, and working through, because and I'll leave you with this. Have you ever heard of soul wounds?
Yeah.
I never thought that term was ever possible. I never knew what that, but one of my clients is he's a Christian man, and he introduced to me 2 months ago another Christian man. He's on YouTube and TikTok, and he talks about soul wounds and how soul wounds, if you don't take care of your soul wounds, they can hurt you in new relationships, your profession, just in
That
your
has to do
daily
with
life.
spiritual marriage. So there are spirits or
You know,
angels that can attach themselves and proclaim you as their mate.
yes,
And I actually have
yeah,
physical evidence in a ring that
yeah,
I've done a science experiment with that a spirit was attached to, and it
yes,
tarnished differently in a fire.
yeah.
Pretty
So
interesting, but I got to get these kids fed, man. I appreciate it.
no, I need to get going, but it was awesome, Nathan, talking. I
Yeah,
hope the
man.
other two enjoyed it as well.
Yeah, but yeah, shoot me your white paper, man, and we'll stay in contact.
I will. I got it
All right,
written
man.
down on both. I'll send them to both emails, but yeah, I will do that.
All right, see ya.
You take care. Be safe.
Yeah.